Okay, my name is Gianpaolo Gazzarelli. I'm with Witz and Sapienza in Rome. Witz here, and I'm chairing the next session with three very distinguished presenters: Alain, Marciano, my colleague and friend and co-author, who's going to be talking about the political economy of Buchanan's Samaritan dilemma. Very interesting. Alain has an interest in law and economics, public choice, history of Islamic thought, and institutional economics. Then we have Bill Tulloh, and I'm going to say more about him later, and Professor Andreas Freytag. Thank you. Alain, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, Michael, Isabella, and also for giving me the opportunity to be there. Nice place, and with these very interesting persons. We have been a very interesting day yesterday, and I look forward to this day today. And also, I want to thank Gianpaolo because he introduced me to, gave me the opportunity to read Carl Mittermeier's book when was it, 2 years ago, something like that. And when he asked me to review the book. And I found that very, very extremely interesting because it exactly corresponds to the way I see the history of, let's say, liberalism. And on the one hand, the people who believe that the market can work without rules. On the other hand, the people who believe that we need rules of the game. And on the side of the people who believe that it's not okay. I uploaded the wrong presentation. It's all right.
We can fix this.
No, it's all right. It's not a problem. There are only a few changes that I made. Not necessarily marginal, but so if there are typos or things like that, I apologize in advance. Yes, so on the side of the economists and thinkers who believe that we need rules of the game, there is the old Chicago economists, Frank Knight, Henry Simons, and Virginia political economist James Buchanan, who was a student of Knight and who was very much influenced by Simons. And Carl Mittermeier's talks about Buchanan, and I was very interested in what he said, because there is a lot of proximity between Mittermeier and Buchanan, and for me. And you have to remember, so as an historian, I was struck by that. You have to remember that the book was written the first book, which is his second dissertation. Right, so the book was written in '86. At that time, it was entirely new. No one really saw the history or the distinction between the libertarians and the others in the way he did. So it was really new, really innovative at that time. We may not have this impression today because it's late, because now it's more common sense. But at that time it was really innovative. So this is why also this book is very important. Anyway, so I want to focus on Buchanan and the importance that rules are for Buchanan, and the importance of ethical, as it's written in the title, which does not correspond to the title that is on the program, but it's exactly the same topic, just a title that changes. Ethical and constitutional rules. So Buchanan argued that rules are necessary, rules of the game. And ethical rules are part of the rules of the game, and or to a certain extent, ethical rules are constitutional rules. And so ethical rules are personal constitutional rules, and constitutional rules in the standard sense of the word. This is not entirely new, even for the people who don't know very well Buchanan's work, but I think that I'm giving some new insights based on the paper, an essay that Buchanan published in 1975, and that is entitled The Samaritan's Dilemma. So I'm going to talk about the Samaritan's dilemma and start from what Buchanan said on cooperation, market failures, because Buchanan believed that markets were not totally efficient all the time, that markets could fail. But he also believed that it's not because markets fail that we need to rely on government and state intervention. So this is more or less what I'm going to talk about. This one of the main point, one of my main convictions about Buchanan is that Buchanan always trusted individuals, in the sense that Buchanan always trusted the individual's willingness to cooperate. It doesn't start from the idea, so his very first papers, 1949, 1951, and then 1952, show that. And even his dissertation that was defended in 1949, so don't forget that I'm mainly an historian of economic thought, so that explains the many references to history. It's a bias, I can do it differently. And in the very beginning of his career, Buchanan believed that people all the individuals were going to pay their taxes, cooperate, pay for the public goods they consume, pay for the externalities that their behavior create, pay for the social cost their actions behave. So for Buchanan, he believed in cooperation. And this is something that he made clear in 1964 in What Should Economists Do? The task of economists, economists is to study cooperative trading arrangements. So he believed in cooperation rather than in conflict. But he also believed that markets could fail. So there is no contradiction in that. We are going to see why. And one of the consequences of the fact that Buchanan believed in cooperation is that he did not really believe in free riding. So one could say, if you look at the history of the evolution of his thought, you can see that he started to talk about free riding at the end of the 1950s and the early 60s, and he was not so much convinced that free riding could be a problem that individuals could free ride. So when he read Samuelson in 1954, he was surprised, shocked by what Samuelson was writing for various reasons, but one of them was that Samuelson explained in the famous 1954 article that individuals, that we cannot have an optimal allocation of resources when there are public goods because why? Because individuals are self-interested, and because self-interested individuals free ride whenever they can. So this is the conclusion of Samuelson's article. And Buchanan was shocked by that. It went against all that he believed at that time. And it took him for some time to accept that individuals could indeed free ride, that Samuelson was not really wrong, at least not wrong all the time. And you have to keep in mind that Buchanan completely disagreed with Samuelson, and the reverse is true. Samuelson completely disagreed with Buchanan from the very beginning of their relationship. So in 1955, Buchanan started to write Samuelson because he had read his 1954 article. He disagreed with Samuelson, but he wanted to write Samuelson to show him why he disagreed with Samuelson. So they exchanged a lot of letters, but eventually Samuelson was bored by the discussion, so he stopped answering Buchanan. And Buchanan went on writing Samuelson, trying to show Samuelson that they were both right, that Samuelson was right, because you remember that Samuelson was really a star in the 1950s, already a star in the 1950s. So Buchanan didn't want to disagree with Samuelson. He wanted to agree with Samuelson, but Samuelson didn't really care. So Buchanan went on with this idea that, okay, Samuelson could be right, but I am right too. So how could I reconcile these two views? This is more or less what the paper is about, to a certain extent. So, and you see that in 1964 there is this idea that he talks of the specter of the free rider found in the literature of modern public finance theory. And so 1964, and he still found that what Samuelson has said about free riding and Musgrave also, and Thiebaud also, because Samuelson, Buchanan also disagreed with Thiebaud, about free riding was not entirely true. So yes, there is this vague idea that individuals could free ride. But if you go on reading the 1964 article, it says that individuals could free ride, but at the same time, they always find solutions to go beyond this problem. So even when there is a problem of free riding, individuals can find solutions to these kind of problems. So the question is, when do individuals cooperate? So I think I'm too long. So when do individuals cooperate? So basically there are two major points that you have to keep in mind to understand the rest of the presentation. He compares two kind of behaviors, the moral behavior and the expediency criterion. So moral behavior is a kind of following or being moral, behaving morally means following a Kantian rule of action. To avoid any kind of a question about Kant, it's a very superficial reading of Kant. I'm not even sure that Buchanan had read Kant at that time. So, but it's a Kantian rule of action in the sense that individuals behave as they want others to behave. So they do to others what they want others do to them. And private, so it's a kind of non-narrow or large self-interest. It's self-interest, but not really narrow. And then there is the private maxim, which is narrow self-interest. Individuals do what they want to do, they don't take care of other people. So we have these two kind of behaviors. Not really preferences, but only behaviors, moral or non-moral, self-interested or moral. And then there are two kind of environments. When do individuals behave morally? When do individuals behave self-interested in a narrow sense of the word? It depends on the size of groups in which individuals are. In small groups versus large groups. So these dates from 1964. About the same time, Orson wrote his book. So Monsieur Orson wrote his book, Buchanan wrote his article on club and size of groups, but they ignored that they were writing on the same topic. So they met after they had written their work. So it's a matter of size. In small groups, individuals behave morally. Why? Because they know that their action is going to influence what others do, and because they know that they are going to influence what others do, they behave morally because they want to lead others to behave morally. So to a certain extent, it means that individuals cooperate because they want to lead others to cooperate. In large group is different because in large groups individuals know that they won't be able to influence what others do, so they are going to be narrowly self-interested. So he wrote something which was published later in a book, 67 or 68 I think, but the first draft that is in the archive is earlier than that, 64, 65. It's called a probability theory of free riding. So he admits free riding, but free riding depends on the probability to, so to meet someone who is going to free ride. So, to use words that could find an echo in evolutionary theory, or evolutionary game theory. So, individuals cooperate in small groups, and sorry, this should not be there. So, does this idea rule out free riding? Yes and no. So, in small groups, individuals cooperate, but we also need rules to exclude potential free riders, because we can always have free riders in small groups for various reasons. So we need property rights to exclude free riders to potential free riders. This is what it writes in the economic theory of clubs. So, and in the end, it says that in small groups, individuals behave morally, so ethics is important, ethical rules are important, but then property rights, so legal rules are also important, and so ethics and the law combine to guarantee cooperation in small groups. In large groups, it's to a certain extent easier, because in large groups it happens. So in large groups it happens, as Samuelson has said, and Musgrave and Thibault and many others. Yes, so you see that Buchanan eventually, but only partially, agreed with Samuelson. In large groups, Samuelson is right. But where he's wrong is that there are many situations in which the large group model does not apply. So, how many time do I have?
You got plenty, you still got time, don't worry.
Okay.
I will remind you, don't worry.
So we have 4 types of situations. So you see the first typo. So the first sentence is not correct. Sorry, apologies for that. So there are four possible situations. First, we are in a small group. So individuals are in a small group. We have moral individuals in a small group. Therefore, this guarantees cooperation. No free riding. We need property rights, as I said, but it's a club. It's a club situation, and in this club, individuals cooperate. There is no need to coerce them, to force them to cooperate. Then there is a second situation when non-moral individuals are in large groups, non-moral, narrowly self-interested individuals in large groups. Then it's rather simple also. Here we need Samuelson, who said government intervention. Buchanan could agree with that. At least we need a social contract. We need strong rules to force individuals to cooperate. So in large groups, there is what Buchanan called the large group ethical dilemma, which is comparable to a prisoner's dilemma, but on a larger scale. So, which is surprising is that Buchanan stops there. So, in the 1965 article, Buchanan stops there. In the sense that there are only 2 situations. Small groups, it works. Large groups, it doesn't work. Actually, there are also 2 other situations. When we have moral individuals in a large group or non-moral individuals in a small group. And Buchanan does not really analyze these situations, at least until so they are implicit in his work. They become explicit precisely in the Samaritan's dilemma. So the question is, what is the outcome, what is the nature of the interaction between individuals who are not in the right, do not behave according to the environment in which they are. If we have non-moral individuals in small groups, non-moral individuals in small groups. That is, individuals who are narrowly self-interested. These individuals always behave in the same way. They do not cooperate. They ignore others. They ignore that their action is dependent from what the others do, or they ignore that their actions have consequences on others. They know that there are interdependencies, but they ignore that. So they do not cooperate. They could cooperate, this is what is mentioned here, they could cooperate if they recognize that there are interdependencies. But as long as they do not recognize these interdependencies, they do not cooperate. So my point is that there is always a period of time in which these narrowly self-interested individuals who enter a small group do not realize that the others are cooperators and behave as non-cooperators. They defect. So to talk in terms of game theory. They defect, and on the other hand, the moral individuals cooperate because they have a dominant strategy, which is to cooperate. So the equilibrium of this interaction between a non-moral individual who enters a small group and a moral individual who is in a small group is an asymmetric equilibrium in which the moral individual cooperates and the non-moral individual does not cooperate. Then there is the second type of situation when you have moral individuals in large groups. A moral individual in a large group behaves, the situation is similar, in the sense that the moral individual who enters a large group is a moral individual, so as long as he does not recognize that the others are not moral individuals, he is going to cooperate. But the others are narrow maximizers. They do not cooperate, therefore they defect. So we have exactly the same situation. The non-moral individuals defect, the moral individuals cooperate. The equilibrium is the asymmetric interaction, the asymmetric outcome in which one individual cooperates and the other does not cooperate. This equilibrium, so don't look too precisely into the matrices, I'm going to explain them. This is the situation. So Buchanan acknowledges the situation very early. So in historical terms, 1959, you can find a first instance of Buchanan acknowledging that this kind of situation is possible. And then there are other instances during the 60s in which he admits that this could happen. But immediately, as soon as he admits that, in the paper he wrote, as soon as he admits that, he also says that it's not going to last. So these situations are possible, but in his mind, at least until the early 70s, in his mind, these situations are unlikely. They cannot last. It's only in the 70s, early 70s, when he writes this article, this essay entitled The Samaritan's Dilemma. So the essay was published in 1975 in a collected volume edited by Edmund Phelps on altruism. And but the paper was written in 1970. And the paper has nothing to do with altruism. In particular, the Samaritan in the Samaritan's Dilemma is not an altruistic individual. Buchanan does not use the word. If you want to know exactly the background. He wrote the paper because he wanted to describe the situation that was happening in the American academia. So he was at UCLA, the situation was particularly violent, he was affected by that, and the Samaritan's Dilemma was written to express this idea that there are some people who pay their taxes and some people who benefit from the taxes that the taxpayers pay. Okay, so and he told me that when he presented the paper in various seminars, the reactions were not very friendly. Because in the Samaritan's Dilemma, he calls the Samaritan, and the recipient is the parasite. And so he started the presentations by saying that the taxpayers are the Samaritans, and the others who benefit from the taxes without doing any effort in return are the parasites. And of course, in the context, the parasites were the students. That was not well perceived. So, and this is removed from the published version of the paper, but it's exactly to what it corresponds. So there are two versions of the Samaritan's Dilemma. The point here is not really, these are matrices that are in Buchanan's essay. The active version and the passive version, so I'm not going to enter into the details, but let me check just something. Yes, this is another. So what you see that the active version on the left, the passive version on the right, but you see that in both cases, so the Samaritan is the A and the recipient is B. One is no cooperation for the Samaritan, 2 cooperation. B has 2 strategies to make some effort, 1, and to make no effort, 2. So the idea is that the Samaritan gives some money to the recipient, to the parasite, and the recipient has 2 strategies. Either he works, makes some efforts, or he makes no efforts. So the equilibrium, the point of Buchanan is the equilibrium of this game is precisely the one I mentioned between the moral individuals and large groups and the non-moral individuals in small groups. The equilibrium is here, in both cases. So the equilibrium is the situation in which the Samaritan cooperates and the recipient makes no effort in return. So he takes the money and that's it. So the Samaritan does an effort to help the recipient, the recipient makes no effort in return. And this is the equilibrium that we reach when we have an interaction between non-moral individuals and moral individuals. Oops, sorry. So, and the thing is that, how do we escape this situation? So the Samaritan's Dilemma is a very negative, very pessimistic essay. It's very easy to infer bad consequences about Buchanan from when you read this article. But the thing I'm going to stop here on this slide, the thing is that if you want to escape, you cannot escape from this dilemma once you are trapped in the dilemma. The only solution is to avoid dilemma in advance. If you have not rules, ethical rules or constitutional rules, that allow you to not to enter the dilemma, then you are trapped. And if you are trapped, it's over. The equilibrium is the bad one. Cooperation, non-cooperation. And if you want to avoid the dilemma, you have to have either ethical rules. So ethical rules in that sense does not mean that the recipient must have an ethical rule to effort. The ethical rules that to which Buchanan referred is the rule that leads the Samaritan to not being too kind. The Samaritan must avoid excessive kindness. So the Samaritan must be able to understand that if he helps the parasite, the recipient, he is going to be trapped in the dilemma. So he must avoid helping people to avoid the dilemma. And if it's not possible, if the Samaritans are not able to avoid this kindness, then we need constitutional rules. And I want to insist on that, and we'll finish that. You see that to Buchanan, the first type of rule that is important is the ethical rule. If we have ethical rules, then we will have cooperation, and we will avoid the traps of non-cooperation, or at least asymmetric non-cooperation. And then it's only when, and we go back to the 64 article on what should economists do. If we have ethical rules, then we don't need constitutional rules. We don't even need a social contract. It's only when ethics is insufficient that we need a social contract. That's it. Thank you.
So we started a few minutes late, so we have 10 minutes for questions. From the floor, Andreas?
Yeah, I have one question. The term Samaritan's dilemma is also used in development economics a lot. Did Buchanan ever refer to that in his later work?
No, actually, I think that he was the first to use the term. So the question should be put in the reverse.
No, I was whether he acknowledged that.
No.
It is also broader. I think it's much broader in the development context than it is here. So I thought whether he would reflect on the use of his term.
No, he didn't do that. And the reverse is that most of the literature on the Samaritan's dilemma does not refer to Buchanan.
That's clear.
So, well, actually, the Samaritan's dilemma is an incentive problem. It's a problem of moral hazard.
Yeah.
But
Nils?
I just have a question to the last line of your last slide. So you mentioned there are no pragmatism. So, but you don't mention it if I hear it right. So why do you would argue that there's no pragmatism? So you would say there is no escape from having then a constitutional rule? Or?
so yes, what I meant is that there is no pragmatism in the sense that once you have entered the interaction, and you cannot fix the problem by using pragmatic solutions to once you are in the dilemma. Once you are in the dilemma, you are trapped and it's finished. You cannot solve it afterwards. This is in that sense that I mean no pragmatism. You have to have constitutional or ethical rules in advance to avoid the trap or the problem to arrive. If the problem is there, you cannot solve it pragmatically. This is what I meant. Maybe the terms are not correct, but this is what I meant.
So do you mean like with exchange, with trade, or
No, I mean with
bargaining?
No, I don't really see no pragmatic solution to in the sense that you cannot you cannot propose a solution when you are in the dilemma. When you have a Samaritan and a recipient, if there is no rule that prevents the Samaritan to be a Samaritan or prevent the recipient to behave as a parasite, you cannot find a solution to the dilemma.
Alain?
Well, let's go back just for a second to Hume. Remember Hume said, should I help my neighbor gather the harvest or not? And he said that I will not do so because I can't count on my neighbor to help me when my harvest comes, right? So that seems to me to come to, you never thought, I didn't think of this as being moral or not moral. You know, I think he just thought this was somebody making a calculation about his adversary. And the other thing is, Buchanan's always been a problem because he operates in a world where underlying there's this theoretical debate going on at a different level. And you've got, on the one hand, general equilibrium people who assume that I have no impact on you because of the large number. And on the other hand, you've got game theorists who have spent all their time worrying about the interactions. And Buchanan seems to sort of borrow from one and borrow from the other. I find it strange that he attributes this to different sorts of morality. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
The game theorists are somehow involved with morality, and the other guys are not, just because there's an infinite number of consumers. And and your last remark about this will not last. You said, you know, this will not last. But that introduces a dimension which is not in any of the model. I mean, he has a static little model which he looks at, and then he says, well, this won't last. But you know, there's no time consideration in there. These people don't have long-term utility.
Well,
Three questions.
three questions.
Yeah.
Actually, this is my way of presenting it. There is a time dimension in the Samaritan dilemma, in the sense that Buchanan tries to, when he is there with these games, he says, so he tries to see the game in a dynamic perspective. So this is a description of a situation. He says, okay, we are in the fourth cell, we are there, but the two players want to be there. So he describes a kind of dynamic process that could lead the players to this situation. The Samaritan could change his behavior, and the parasite or the recipient would change his behavior, adapting his behavior to the changing behavior of the Samaritan, who then change his behavior in return, and they could end up in this situation. He says the point is that it's not going to happen. So there is a dynamic dimension.
That's a dynamic discussion of a transformation of one of these matrices into another one.
Yes.
And that's sort of, I don't find that he has any sort of real theoretical justification for that. It's a discussion. But anyway, maybe I shouldn't take
You're right on that. And just a minor point about the moral dimension in you. It's a calculation here. So he says moral behavior, non-moral behavior, but it's a calculation. The moral individual calculates the probability of meeting someone who is going to help. So it's rational in the certain sense. It's in the Hume's terms that you were referring to, the Samaritan or the moral individual cooperates because he anticipates that the other is going to cooperate, otherwise he wouldn't cooperate. So it's very close to what Hume said.
Yeah, okay. I think that's right.
So it was Aldo, then you, and then we can continue during tea break. Aldo?
Yes, so it's about the dynamics story and the conclusion that they will not, eventually get to where they want to be. I think that also depends on initial conditions. For example, the proportion of morals to non-morals. Because of this interaction, then will change the attitude of the other side.
Yes and no. No, in the sense that Buchanan said so. But the moral individual is moral. In a small group, the moral individual knows that his behavior is going to affect the behavior of others, therefore he is behaving morally. The non-moral individual is non-moral, even if he's among saints, he said, even if the proportion of cooperators is high, the non-moral individual is a non-moral individual. He behaves. So in that sense, he is not a game theorist. So he's not a game theorist, is that he doesn't use this evolutionary game theory, the probability to meet someone who is going to cooperate and so on. Is not that precise. So, as you said, he has not a theoretical model of that. So I did that. With modesty, I tried to do that. I tried to model the origin of the dilemma, because he doesn't even explain the origin of the dilemma. He says there is a dilemma, here it is. Why there is a dilemma, the link with altruism and the evolution in terms of dynamic terms, he doesn't explain that because it's not his problem. His problem is to point at that and say, okay, we have a problem. There are parasites.
You, last question, yeah.
Thanks. I think my question is kind of, similar to what Alain has raised. And I think between almost the dichotomy of Samaritan and parasite, or moral and immoral, maybe there's kind of the middle ground of probably that's a majority of the people who have a calculated interest and a calculated decision. And I'm thinking, especially, within a small group, and that's linked to a possible almost answer to why people behave differently in the small group and bigger group, is that the information flow or the amount of information one can receive is different. In a small group, we know each other, we know what they did, and in the next round, then, if I do it badly, next round there will be retaliations. But in a group, it's very, very hard to track that information. So maybe it's a calculated risk or calculated behavior based on that how we see information is going to impact on our next round of, how we are received.
That's exactly what I said.
But then
I
it's
apologize,
not the two kind of as, I think it's the middle, majority of people maybe behaving in the middle.
That's what Buchanan said, and I think so. Maybe though I failed in my presentation because that's what Buchanan said and what I tried to convey. The moral individual is someone who lives in a world or in a group in which he knows that his action is going to have an influence on others, because there are very few individuals around. So they know what they do, what he does, and he knows what they do. So he knows what they do, And therefore, there is now we say there are reputation, effect, ostracism, and all that. He doesn't use these words, but it's exactly what he says. So, and in a large group, this does not happen, because in a large group, we don't have any influence on others, and others that do not influence what we do. So we behave as individuals. We treat others as part of nature, he says. In a small group, we behave strategically. In a large group, we behave non-strategically. I think that is, I don't see the difference between what you say and what I'm saying on behalf of Buchanan.
It's kind of similar, but I think the information is possibly a mediator factor between the individual and influence from what you're saying.
Thank you, but we're going to continue at tea time. Thank you, Alain. Thank you, everybody. The next speaker is Bill Tulloh. He's also my co-author, by the way. Only Andreas. So we have to fix that. We have to fix that. And Bill is he's affiliated also with George Mason, but I don't know if you like part-time researcher or freelance researcher. And his main business is actually in software and blockchain. And he's going to be talking about an abstract order of abstract relations. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so let me clarify. The program says I'm affiliated with George Mason, but that's neither an ex ante or an ex post fact, but an expired fact. A long time ago, I was a graduate student at George Mason University, and over the years, I've had a number of affiliations with them, but I don't currently. As Giampi said, I have a company. I'm a co-founder and economist of a blockchain startup company in Silicon Valley called Agoric. But don't worry, I'm not going to talk about that today. I wanted to talk about something more concrete. So as you can see, the title of my talk is An Abstract Order of Abstract Relations. So it's Hayek and Lockman on the market order. Unlike some people here, I actually first came across Carl Mittermeier when I was a brand new graduate student in a delightful article he wrote for the Lockman Festschrift called Mechanomorphism. And I think in here we see the what we've now come to expect from Carl, both his wit and his philosophical depth in this little paper. And his wit, of course, comes with his coining the term mechanomorphism as sort of the counterpart to anthropomorphism. But rather than just sort of taking the easy way out and sort of banging on the sort of mechanical view of economics or social sciences, he then goes into a deep discussion of metaphorical reasoning and so on. I encourage, this is not really talk about my paper, but I encourage you to read this paper. It's a short paper, but very delightful. I would also, I don't want to fail to mention my thanks to Isabella and Michael for inviting me here for this wonderful conference. It's been truly a delight so far. So what I'm going to do today, or try to do anyway, is sort of take you on a tour, kind of this, like Alain, a historical tour, but I really only want to make one very small point. So I'm going to cover a lot of ground to make just one very small point and hope that that point can come through at least partly. So I'm going to start with Friedrich Hayek, who in 1937 wrote his famous paper, Economics and Knowledge. And there Hayek redefined the economic problem as intertemporal plan coordination where knowledge is dispersed and divided among the individuals. And he says in there, for equilibrium, separate plans must be based on the correct foresight of the actions of others, as well as correct foresight of external circumstances. Now this is a fairly high bar he sets for equilibrium. And we see that over the time, he realizes that, that correct expectations is, not really possible. So we see Hayek in 1973, in his first volume of Law, Legislation, and Liberty, replaces equilibrium with this concept of abstract order. And instead of correct expectations, he now talks about maximal certainty of expectations, expectations that have a good chance of being correct. And then he talks about rather than sort of perfect foresight, we now talk about adaptation to unforeseen events. And recognizing that someone's expectations will be disappointed. So we see sort of this transition from Hayek 37 to Hayek 1973, where he goes from equilibrium to abstract order, from the mutual compatibility of plans to the maximal coincidence of expectations, from correct foresight to the adaptation of the unknown. So what's an abstract order? Now he covers this in the book, many pages, as well as elsewhere, but I want to narrow it to just one specific aspect of this. He talks about an abstract order of abstract relations. So spontaneous orders need not be what we have called abstract, but they will often consist of a system of abstract relations between elements, which are also defined only by abstract properties. All that is necessary to preserve such an abstract order is that a certain structure of relationships need to be maintained. What can remain constant in such an overall order which continually adjusts itself to external changes and provides a basis of predictions can only be a system of abstract relationships and not its particular events. So that leads me to ask the question, so what are abstract relationships? And at least for me, Hayek doesn't provide an answer, or at least I can't find one. But my contention is that Lockman does, or at least provides the start of one. So Lockman, as probably most of you know, was a German economist. He did his doctorate with Werner Sombart in Berlin in 1930. In 1933, when Hitler took power, he left for London and became a student of Hayek at LSE. And then in 1949, he moved to Johannesburg, where he was professor at the University of Witwatersrand until his retirement. Well, one thing, I should mention that this is sort of a part of an overall project I've been working on, which is sort of an intellectual biography of Ludwig Lockman. And I think in one thing, when you look at Lockman's work, he's really developing the ideas that Hayek espoused in his 1937 paper, Economics and Knowledge. So in a letter from Lockman to Hayek in 1955, shortly after he finished working on his book on capital theory, Lockman writes to Hayek, now that the theory of capital is off my chest, I shall have to look for something else to occupy my mind. I am playing with the idea of writing something about the nature of social processes as vehicles of the transmission of knowledge, extending this idea of yours from economics to society in general, showing that this is what keeps the world moving. So, the result of this, I think, is the book he published in 1970, The Legacy of Max Weber. One of the things in this book, he presents a dynamic theory of institutions, and he shows how institutions help coordinate plans. But if institutions are going to be able to coordinate plans, then they have to sort of balance coherence and flexibility. They need to have stability so plans can coordinate, but they need to adapt as things change. So he has a framework where he talks about relatively immutable fundamental institutions, frequently mutable secondary institutions, and widening of existing institutions. Now, I think this is a fascinating original work on institutions, and I encourage people to look at it. I don't have time to get into it now, but for those who want to dig more, I think this is a nice overview paper, and I think this is at least worth at least 5 more minutes in my talk allocation here.
Thanks for the plug.
But I'm going to focus on a very narrow aspect of this, and it's in this quote in Legacy of Max Weber. He says, whether we post a letter, wait for a train, or draw a check, our action in each case is oriented towards a complex network of human action of which we know enough to make it serve our ends, though we may know next to nothing about the internal working order of these institutions. We know, of course, that such an internal working order exists, but in our everyday life we take no interest whatsoever in its details. Now I realize for some of the younger members of the audience this is a little bit confusing, so I wanted to change it a little bit. So whether we send an email, wait for an Uber, or pay with Bitcoin. So Lockman describes institutions variously as nodal points of society, coordinating the actions of millions whom they relieve the need to acquire and digest detailed knowledge about others and form detailed expectations about their future action, or orientation schemes of the second order to which planners orient their plans as actors orient their actions to a plans, or in a lighter work, hinges. One is tempted to think of the institutional order as an array of hinges. The institutions within each hinge can move a great deal, if within limits, but the hinges themselves cannot. So I look at this, and my reaction is, what? What's he talking about here? Hinges, orientation points, etc. And I think what he's getting at is he's searching for the right word to describe this idea that he's discovered. And I don't think he quite settles on a good explanation for that. But at the same time, essentially the same time he's writing this, the same idea was emerging within software engineering. So that just sort of takes my other hat as the software person, so let me take you down there for a moment. But so David Parnas in 1972 wrote this very famous article for, at least in software circles, on the criteria to be used in decomposing systems into modules. He introduces this notion of information hiding, which essentially separates the interface from the implementation. So he writes in there, we propose instead that one begins with a list of difficult design decisions or design decisions which are likely to change. Each module is then designed to hide such a decision from others. So we can already see this concept similar to what Lockman was talking about, where things change at different rates. So what is this notion of information hiding? So economists talk about the dangers of hidden information, but product programmers talk about the virtues of information hiding. It's by hiding the details that are likely to change more frequently behind an interface that is relatively stable, you can build more robust systems, robust to change. So the interface is the what that separates the why and the how. And I'll get more into that later. So to try to make this a little more clear, I'm going to use Lockman's example of posting a letter. This is from Lockman. We know very well that the post office works according to a general plan, but such knowledge as we have about it is usually quite irrelevant to the achievement of our purpose of posting a letter. The existence of such institutions is fundamental to civilized society. They enable each of us to rely on the actions of thousands of anonymous others about whose individual purposes and plans we could know nothing. So here's a sort of schematic thing where here I call it an abstraction boundary, but it's an interface where you have the postal customer, the customer on one side who wants to mail a letter, and you have a post office that then needs to implement that action of mailing a letter. And the interface really sits between the two in terms of what needs to happen. So the customer has a why, a purpose of what they're trying to achieve. The post office has a how and how they implement it. And this interface is where they meet and says what that needs to be accomplished. So I'm going to try to walk you through what I see going from a specific to an abstract relationship. So let's imagine that Alice wants to send a birthday card to her mother. And Bob specializes in delivering birthday cards from Alice to her mom. So Alice and Bob's plans coordinate. The problem here is, of course, this is a very brittle relationship. Plan coordination only occurs in very specific circumstances. A slight variation on any of their party's parts, the plans fail. So if Alice wants to send a birthday card to her sister, she's out of luck. If Bob only delivers birthday cards to Lucy's mother, she's out of luck. So you can sort of generalize this in two directions. And the first one then in the computer science literature is called polymorphic. But you can imagine all of a sudden Carol comes along and she realizes that she too can specialize in delivering birthday cards from Alice to her mother. But unlike Bob, who drives his car, she rides a bike. Soon someone else such as Ted can join as well. So now we have this polymorphic relationship. That should be Alice. Alice still wants to send her mom a birthday card, but now there are multiple providers, all specialized in delivering birthday cards from Alice to her mom, but now she has from Alice's perspective, she has more chances of her plan succeeding because she now has multiple providers who can do that. But we also have what in software we call reuse. So Carol, remember, who has joined Bob as specializing in delivering Alice's birthday cards to her mother, recognizes that Alice may want to send other messages besides birthday cards. She may want to send messages to other people than her mother, and other people may want to send messages besides Alice. So now an abstraction has occurred. We have gone from Alice, birthday card, Alice, mother, has now become sender, letter, address. So Carol can now fulfill a diversity of whys, not just Alice, to specific need, and now we have multiple providers as well. So this notion of an abstract relation is what happens when you combine polymorphism and abstract relationship. So the abstraction boundary works both ways. It reduces the knowledge that clients need to know about the details of the provider's plans and the knowledge the provider needs about the details of their clients. Here's sort of a schematic version of this. So in this specific relationship, we have Alice as a client and Bob as a provider. We see in a reuse relationship, we can have multiple people with different purposes that somebody can fulfill their plans for. In polymorphic thing, we have multiple people who can provide the house, implement the plans. And in an abstract relation, we now have on both sides this abstraction occurring. So I have an earlier paper I wrote with a colleague of mine, Mark Miller, and that we called it Institutions as Abstraction Boundaries, but here I want to refer to it as abstract relations. And in that we say that this idea of interfaces and information hiding actually bundles several related concepts, which I won't have time to go on here, but you have information hiding, interface, encapsulation, and this notion of type. Because this interface distinguishes this type of thing from all other things. It identifies instances of the type, and these instances may differ on other dimensions. And while I won't have time to go into it now, I think this last point is key. So now on each side of the abstraction boundary, while there's a point of agreement where plans are coordinated, there's also diversity on each side. There's diversity of purposes, and there's diversity of how people go about implementing. And it's this diversity on each side of the abstraction boundary which actually allows the adaptation to the unknown. I just want to call out this paper by Peter Alain and McGlade. Peter Alain studied with Ilya Prigogine. This is evolutionary drive and the effect of microscopic diversity. And it's this notion of microscopic diversity, the heterogeneity that's behind these abstraction boundaries, that as things change, allow sort of new boundaries to emerge. So, what I go on here is sort of basically say that Lockman and Hayek are complements. So Lockman's notion of institutional order talks about fundamental institutions, which is very similar to Hayek's abstract rules. Lockman's secondary institutions become these abstract relationships. Lockman recognizes the abstraction aspect of information hiding, and where Hayek emphasizes encapsulation. And Lockman's sort of building up from the individual plan, and Hayek sort of descending from the overall order, but they meet at this notion of abstract relations. So that's the end of my talk. And 1 second. There's this other article of Carl's. I believe it's the delicate nature of markets, where he talks about how he was scolded by Lockman for presenting new ideas at a conference that nobody would understand. And so I perhaps have emulated Carl here, but we'll find out.
Questions from the floor? Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Can you repeat your name?
Melissa Vergara.
Melissa. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. That was really interesting. So I'm wondering, in this framework, I mean, there's a sense in which institutions, regardless of whether they're good or bad, are. I mean, if you think of institutions, I picked up, this idea, or you shared that existence of institutions is the sign of a civilized society. But of course we have qualities of institutions, right? So what would be the thing in this framework that distinguishes a good institution from a bad institution? Or if there's space in this for that? I don't know if that makes sense, but
yeah, no, it's a good question. I think in the sort of the Hayekian framework and what Lockman's building on in that is this notion of plan coordination. So I don't think there's any moral judgment of good versus bad here, but it's good to the extent that it enables plans to coordinate and more plans to coordinate. Now certainly there could be plans that aren't good, and so that might lead to a bad what you might consider a bad institution, but I don't think that's what they're getting at here. What they're really looking at is what's the success of people's able to cooperate with each other.
Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, I'm just thinking, so the examples that you gave of, you know, posting a letter and so forth. So, you know, if you post a letter in Colombia, it's very unlikely that it will get to its destination, right? So, but still you can trust in the post office, or at least it works, and it has this institutional role, because people still go to the post office and hope for the best. You know, so this is...
Yeah, so I think in this model, you know, the abstraction boundary would allow somebody else to use the same abstraction boundary or abstract relationship of posting a letter to provide a better service. And perhaps it's not possible, you know, post office is perhaps a bad example because it's usually monopoly run, but you know, you can look at Federal Express that basically use the same boundary, but then said we can take packages. They did do letters because, again, that was sort of a monopoly of the U.S. Postal Service. But they ended up by redefining the how of delivering letters. So we now can, and by doing that, by having a hub and spoke airline system, we can now, you know, not just deliver your package, but we can deliver it next day. So it's just it's this abstraction boundary that allows for new implementations of this, you know, of this sort of common feature of mailing a letter or a package to, you know, evolve over time.
Yeah, could you just put up the slide where you had a citation from Jackie McLeod?
Oh, is that?
Just for me to copy it.
Oh, sure.
McLeod is a very interesting person.
Okay, I'm more familiar with Peter, but I wasn't.
Jackie McLeod was the head of the European Environment, whatever it's called, authority. She married a Maasai tribesman who lives in a Maasai hut somewhere. But anyway, no, just wondering. But I have my question for you is really about the posting a letter. Then you said, well, here's a modern version. Well, the interesting thing about the letter situation is that never seemed to sort of expand to other providers. In Rome, at one point, we did have a sort of parallel service of post with different boxes. And I once sent 2 or 3 letters through that, and they never got that. I don't know what happened to that. But with the other things, SMS and so forth, there you really have a nice example of alternatives and so forth. So I think we should stick to the modern example.
Yeah, well, you know, I was borrowing it from Lockman, but as I said, you know, I think it's a little bit unfortunate because the post office tends to be a monopoly provider, so it doesn't illustrate the, you know, the diversity that I want to capture here.
Anyway, thank you very much.
I'm also hands up. Okay, Nils first.
Yeah, thank you, Bill, so much for your talk. So I think it's really a fascinating idea to understand institution as an interface. So I think that's really a helpful thought. So I have to think more about it, but in your opinion, so how does that fit to the common differentiation in institutional economics between formal and informal institution? In a way, an interface looks for me like an informal institution because the user does not understand why he follows a specific rule in a way. On the other hand, an interface is a sort of a formal rule because you need an expert who makes something explicit so that it will be work. So like a law or something like that. So is it something in between or catches up everything? So yeah.
Yeah, so Lockman actually in Legacy of Max Day, they were talking about this being in the interstices, so the in-between. That this lies between the formal and sort of what he calls fundamental and secondary, but it's very similar to this formal and informal institutions. I think what's important is that, you know, this interface can emerge in different ways, but it needs to be articulate, right? It needs to be understood across the boundaries, at least the what, right? What differs is sort of the purposes behind the what the people are trying to accomplish from one side, and then how people on the other side are doing the what, you know, the how. But there has to be this common understanding in sort of the middle, you know, the in-between. And it's this, but, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to come from the provider, right? You know, you can think of it perhaps that the post office is the one who comes up with the abstraction. But it, could come from the other side, right? The people, and it's really, much more of a dialogic process, I think, that these emerge over time. And people then see successful ones and want to copy it because they can fit in with, and know that people's plans will be coordinated because they're following the same interface.
Yeah, you are.
Duncan,
Please go ahead.
yeah, so you divide up there, there's a division between more and less fundamental institutions. So your example of a post office, I would guess, would be an example more of a sort of secondary type institution. So, given Hayek's work and his emphasis on markets and the price system as a means of disseminating information in a very succinct form, and that sort of fits your idea, that idea of millions of consumers and producers and so on. They don't know why prices are what they are, but they just respond to them accordingly. So it's a very efficient system. So would you say markets are basically your overarching, most fundamental institution in a capitalist economy, or would something like private property rights be the more fundamental institution and which provide the framework within which markets can operate? And so that therefore markets are less fundamental than, say, property rights. So I'm just trying to understand this distinction between fundamental and secondary.
Yes, I think so. I'm borrowing this from Lockman, this concept of fundamental and secondary institutions. But for fundamental institutions, for Lockman are very much the latter. They're things like property rights and contract and sort of the legal institutions and framework that allows these sort of secondary institutions to emerge. And I think these secondary institutions are an interesting, maybe a third visible, invisible hand we have here now. They're sort of in between the sort of the legal foundation and the these emergent institutions that are actually trying to solve people's day-to-day problems, right? So the legal institutions are very abstract in their, but they need to be applied and made more concrete, and they're ironically made concrete through these abstract relations. And to your question of how sort of prices come in here, I think it's a very interesting question, and this is probably a whole nother topic of which, but Hayek in his last work, The Fatal Conceit, talks about prices as a further superimposition of a further classification, and I don't have time to even begin to talk about what that means, if I even know what it means, but I think you can actually see this as sort of a third level. So you can think of there's fundamental institutions, there's the secondary institutions, which are actually their interrelationships between people trying to coordinate their plans, and then prices come on top, where that gives us some sense of what other people's plans, who are not involved in this immediate transactions, but nonetheless, it impacts us through the price system. Our individual relationship now, how we use resources and compared to what other people need to use these resources can feed in through the price system. So the way I think of it, there's almost 3 levels now.
Thank you. Other questions at tea break? Thank you very much, Joe. Now we have Andreas. Huh?
Do you mind if I sit here?
I don't mind.
Could take my seat.
I'll see.
Okay.
You can't see.
The thing was blocking the screen.
Oh, yeah. What was it?
Where's he going to sit?
I'm going to sit here.
That's
Go
fine.
sit there. Oh, okay.
Chair.
No, so I'll move.
Thank you very much.
I moved there to see the screen too.
Sei italiano? Persone perfette.
Nessuno è perfetto.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you. So we have Andreas Freytag from Freytag University. Andreas is very interested in public choice, political economy, economic analysis, and politics. And he's going to tell us going to present a paper about between social philosophy and technical execution. Economists and politics. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you for a nice introduction. First, I want to thank the organizers, and particularly Isabella, for unprecedented generosity and hospitality in the last couple of days. I enjoyed the stay here very much. I also want to thank Michael and his team. I think it's a very entrepreneurial invitation because I do not work almost close to what in the depth you work on the say philosophical foundations of economics. Well, my work is rather simple. I will tell you a bit about my projects I've done recently, but I can tell you that I've been educated in the tradition of the ordoliberal school. And you will, I think Nils will speak about this a bit. And the hometown is the place I now teach is the hometown of Walter Eucken. So there's a certain relation to that. But I also studied a lot about the Ordo approach when I was in Kiel, but I also was raised as in working on international trade. So topics I'm dealing with, for instance, just to give you a flavor, I did a few papers on the questions of plurilaterals, of whether plurilaterals would be a tool to escape the stalemate of the WTO. So based on the theory of clubs. We did work on Chinese aid. Does it change the attitude of Latin American citizens towards democracy? The good news is it increases the appetite for democracy. So that's very good news, and stuff like that. And as Jean-Paul has said, I'm very interested in economic policy, and I have the chair of economic policy, and I was always with the chair of economic policy. As a student, as an assistant, there was always the main focus on that. And we often discuss the topic of policy advice. How do we do good policy advice? And since there's a quite current German debate on policy advice, it's been ongoing for a couple of years, but it culminated lately in the appointment of 2 new members in the so-called German Council of Economic Advisors. In German it's der Sachverständigenrat. Sachverständig means expertise, full of expertise. And this council has 2 new members, and this I pick up from here. That's the part, because the debate around is quite interesting. And it catches up quite of what has been discussed here. And I can tell you up front that in this new world, we probably would not be really seen as experts. But let's speak about that. So first, I would like to make a few comments on why do we demand policy advice? What is the purpose of policy advice? Why do politicians need advice? And the first is, do they need better knowledge? I heavily doubt that, because the ministries are full of very well-trained economists and lawyers, so there's no need for my expertise. So the guys in Geneva know much more about trade policy than the professor of trade. So they really know everything. So why would they ask for it? Number second would be we control the government. So by publishing papers in regular media, by writing expertises for say certain interest groups or for ministries, we indirectly control the government. And we inform the public about alternatives. That's something which is important. So the Council of Economic Advisors publishes a report every year. And then in between, sometimes they also publish reports. And these reports used to be subject to an intense public discussion. In the times of social media, these discussions end very quickly, but when I was a doctoral student, there would be at last 1 week of articles about this report. The general secretary of the council would write, and every member would write, and then there was a discussion. And this brings to the distinction between policy advice and advice of politicians. So I don't speak about meeting a politician in the back room and writing down a few for instance, something not like that. So what I mean is publicly available expertise transported through economists, in my case, I speak about economic advice. And of course, one important issue is it reverses the burden of proof. We have a lot of regulations going on which is protecting the regulated industry, Stettler and all the like. And if you speak to them, they say, well, it helps everyone and you must prove that it doesn't help everyone. And good policy advice reverses the burden of proof. All of a sudden, this interest group has to prove that the regulation in their favor is good for us. And I can tell you a few examples later, if you wish.
Andreas, is that reserving or reversing?
Reversing. Oh, it's a typo. That is quite an important typo. So please, I'm tempted to correct it immediately. It's reversing. It's worthy, and I blame it to my program, of course. And then there's the question of what range of proposals shall policy advisors cover. So we have this discussion with a mutual friend, Ingo Pies in Germany, and the relevance of the status quo. So shall we only look at those options that are politically feasible, or shall we look at all sorts of options? So shall I, as a trade guy, advocate free trade, or shall I just look into the possible options that are currently available? My take is we are not elected politicians. We are not supposed to leave out options which we think are politically not feasible, because we cannot know what is politically feasible. This can only be known in the future. Yeah? So this is the background against which I would like to discuss policy advice, and also use this new debate in Germany, which is going on for a long time, and particularly some colleagues of German origin teaching in the US are participating in that. And it is quite well reflected in this German Council of Economic Advisors. There was about a half a year period where the 5 members went down to 3. And one member, Nils, former boss and a good friend of us, his term was not prolonged because he was too ordo-liberal. So the government doesn't want an ordo-liberal advising them. So, but they couldn't agree on whom they shall ask. The second member resigned. I don't know exactly why. Maybe Nils knows more about it. It was also, I would also regard it as an ordo-liberal. So there was all by a sudden a shortage of liberals. And the government then finally managed to appoint 2 new members, and they are both highly regarded. I think they are excellent economists. But there's a statement which makes me shiver. And this is the answer of one of the 2, female colleague from California. She said she would accept the offer because it now shows that excellent research is now the basis for policy advice in Germany. Finally. And so that leads me back to the topic. It has been interested me for decades. And it also leads me to a remark of my doctoral advisor, Jerome Thomas. He always distinguished between elegance and relevance. And for him, relevance was more important than elegance. When it comes to model law particularly. So, and I would like to develop my talk along 4 questions. First question is, what is excellent research? And has policy advice always been done by lousy economists before? Let's discuss this. Then the next question, of course, is, does excellent research really lead to excellent policy advice? So is it really so that if you're a wonderful researcher published in the best journals that you also are the best policy advisor? And then, is there an ideal model for policy advice? I have put some thoughts into that, so some pure economic reasoning, how we should organize policy advice. And then, of course, the question of normative elements. Shall we have a paradigm, or is a paradigm important to do policy advice? And if so, how do we deal with that? What can we do to display it so that everybody knows what is our background? So these are the 4 questions I find relevant in this context. Come to the first question. What is excellent research? So first, it's based on rankings. Yeah? So we have these rankings for journals. We discussed this over several meals here, the different incentive structures that are generated by these rankings. And of course, these rankings follow fashions. For instance, I have published a paper in telecommunication policy in 1997. That was a quite obscure journal then. This paper has made its way. It's in the reference series of ELGA, and now this journal is quite important. So all of a sudden, I was moving up the rankings because I published a paper 25 years back, which is now counting as important. But then it wasn't. So my incentive was I couldn't foresee that in 25 years later, this paper is in a good journal when I published that in this mediocre journal then. And Auto, the journalist, which is co-edited by Nils, was very important in the 1980s and has fallen now because it's no longer...
Not of my fault.
What did you say?
Not of my fault.
No, I think that this little upward trend is now reflected by your presence. I still like to publish that, so I just sent a paper to so it is. So what I want to say, there are fashions and there's things are changed, and of course there's also cartelization. And I would like to give an example here, which I heard from others repeated. A student of mine went then to Harvard to his PhD. He worked on trust. He works with colleagues in Stellenbosch. He has a wonderful paper on trust, and I looked through the reference list and said to him, why don't you cite my friends from Scandinavia who have invested a lot of work into trust? It is forbidden. It is not Ivy League. It is public choice. We are not allowed to cite a paper from public choice. So bad science, I would say. That is what I mean by cartelization. And I heard several of these examples. They're just an example, but it makes me also a bit uneasy. So the rankings are at least dubious. Yeah? Then, of course, the method. So in these days, you presented this, Melissa, very clearly. There's a methodological change, and we have much better methods these days with respect to the empirical work. So, and if you're good in methods, you can publish well, and so that's probably important. But of course, it depends on the problem at hand. Not every problem needs a fancy model. So that's. And then again, the relevance question: is this research relevant? Difficult for me, it's difficult to judge this because it may become relevant in the future. So that you may create a wonderful model of a theory which nobody finds relevant, but later, 20 years later, your problem is relevant, and then somebody looks into the archives, finds your paper, and thinks, wonderful paper, it explains the problem very well. So I think this contestability of markets, I think that is an example for that. By the way, it has been already written by Machlub in '57, so that's not new, it's only formalized. And then political economy. Yeah, we spoke about macroeconomic engineering. I don't know where it was on your somewhere. I found macroeconomic engineering. I think in Alain's your slide. Yeah, this phrase is crazy. I think engineering is not the right phrase for economic policy making. That's not, and you made the point also. And then James Quimby gave a talk at the Public Choice Conference in 2014, and he shows that all 101 textbooks don't mention government failure at all. So in a few textbooks there's a couple of mentioning, but the idea that governments are not always benevolent is not incorporated into the first-year students' minds, which leads an Austrian economist, sociologist, writer to the notion neoclassical economists are socialists. They believe in the state. Comes to the rescue every time there's a problem. We know that's not the case. So we must be more modest. And of course the question is, would Karl Niedermeyer be regarded as excellent today against the background of what this colleague just claimed the other day? So I think it's a nonsensical criterion. We just shouldn't follow that anymore. It doesn't help us much. And this is reinforced by the answer to my second question. Does excellent research guarantee excellent policy advice? Yes, it can. Well, I think we all have examples of people, scholars who are wonderful theorists or excellent empiricists and also very good policy advisors, have a very good political economy feeling. Yeah, in my mind, I think of Hans-Werner Sinn or Herbert Giersch, German colleagues. Yeah, but there's also those who are not very good. And this is a question of which model do we believe? And I call it the Vernon model versus the Ricardo Weiner model. The Vernon model means over time comparative advantages change. So you start your career as a theorist, an eager theorist, you write the theoretical papers, and the older you get, the better is your political economy understanding. And at the end of your career, you are the perfect person. That's the one way to do it. The other way is the Ricardo Weiner model, means there is specialization, or to some people are very good theorists, others can apply empirical models perfectly. The third group understands the political economy, and there's another group that can translate this all into a language that politicians and the public understands it. So there's obviously sort of the comparative advantage is along these lines. We treat it as a value chain, the whole process. That's the model I would prefer. I think it's more realistic than the Vernon model. But as I said, both types exist. There are single outstanding economists, and then of course these think tanks and policy consulting organizations, they have young scholars who are trained in understanding the political economy. So not necessarily good theorists. I work with a group of young people who are excellent in that respect. So it is, I would say, the majority of scholars would rather follow the Ricardo Weiner model. Not by purpose, but by factor endowment, so to speak. And then, of course, there's this famous quote of Jagdish Bhagwati, who said there's one thing more volatile than capital markets, that's the opinion of. And there's the other guy, Stiglitz, who has written excellent theoretical papers, but when I read his policy advice, I feel quite uneasy, nicely. So again, this question appears here, which I have mentioned earlier. This brings me to the third question. Do I have still enough time?
Yeah.
Is there an ideal policy advice model? My conclusion of what I have just said is, if we follow a pure economic reasoning, we should try the division of labor. That's what economists are dealing with. Why should it not apply to our own discipline? So we have the theorists, we have empirical research, and we have policy advice. And of course, it's not all in the same process. We can trust the theory. There's a theory out there, and that's what I mentioned yesterday when we discussed the paper on the capital markets, that this shift from theory to empirical work can also reflect that there's a sufficient body of theory already produced, so we can draw to the theory. What is necessary, of course, is that those who deal with policy advice must understand the theory. And this is not always the case. We have examples of that, but still, that is relevant. We must then also use these empirical models in a proper way and interpret them modestly. So I see the policy advice as a value chain. And not everyone is on all positions of this value chain. That's the point I want to make. However, we must be very careful. This is nothing new for you, just as a sort of caveat here. We are also mostly, I think we are social scientists. And as social scientists, we are subject of our own research. And we are affected by the outcome of policies. And if we advise policies, they may affect us. Yeah? So we must be very careful with value judgment, and we must also think about our own welfare when we think about policy advice. I give the example inflation. So if you think about inflation as a researcher, you might be tempted to think about your own savings account and think, oh, this high inflation is hurting me, so I must do something. The example of the ECB comes to mind. You may have heard this. They planned a change in the wage determining structure. They wanted to index, make wage index, to have a wage indexing. So meaning that the wages are increasing with inflation. Of course, if the central bank is increasing the wages with inflation automatically, there's no incentive to contain inflation. And the central banks were examples. You didn't mention them, but central banks also offer excellent research these days. So it is here we have the problem. Then we also always have the danger of being corrupted. The German word is Gefälligkeitsgutachten, so you do something to plead someone. So you are asked to write a study. The example that comes to my mind here is the call Jürgen Donges got in the 90s. He came to my office, opposite of his office, upset. He said, I just got a call from a major network company. They wanted me to write a study for them, paying a huge fee. And I said, I have no time. Sorry. No, that's not the problem. The study is already written. We just need your name and your account number. He dropped the phone, I think. So that is, if you this is of course the worst example you can have. But of course you often see that depending on the client, the story is twisted. And this is something particularly young scholars must avoid at any rate, because you really can kill your reputation. And then the jargon, of course, this is all nothing new. All right, this brings me to the fourth question. What about paradigms? I have defined them here as a worldview. How does the world operate? How, for instance, in our case, what is the role of competition? It enforces discipline, it creates new ideas, it creates new policies. So, the Hayekian sense, it destroys old companies, the Schumpeterian sense. So that's for me my paradigm, so to speak. I also have the paradigm that rules matter. Following my predecessor here at this microphone, rules are important. But others may think markets are inherently unstable. So that's a paradigm you have in mind, and you test everything against this paradigm. But it's necessary then to display this paradigm, make it open to so that this is what you did. Colleagues of mine, I remember one colleague who always said, "Let the data speak." So he would just run a regression, and then the outcome is Denmark fares best if they increase the tariff on bananas by 2.5%. And totally neglecting the political economy behind it. And this is not my approach. And then, if you do so, you may miss something. So you need this, I think, to match the results. It is not necessary to follow then the paradigm slavishly. You may change it. It may change, and your prior may change. You run into serious problems because what you expected would be the outcome is not the outcome. So you have to rethink your paradigm. So be aware of basis. And this brings me again to excellence and to a paper. I took a while yesterday to come across the name again. Tryon Eggerson has written this paper in '95 about bad and good economics. So what you guys are doing mostly here is bad economics, because it's institutional economics, it's verbal economics, whereas the good economics, what was the new modelers are doing. This is the good economics, according to. No, I'm not done. It's good. According to Eggerson. And this problem was that many good-bad departments turned into bad-good departments. Of course, he would emphasize stay a good-bad department rather than move into becoming a bad-good department. So this came to my mind while I was preparing this. And now let's conclude. So I'm a bit ahead. I think we fail in politics as advisors if we are purely technical or if we don't reflect new modern technologies to test our hypothesis. So Herbert Giersch always taught us no argument without a number. So we have to test our worldviews permanently, and also advice it has to be tested, but it has to be based on thorough theoretical reasoning. This is context specific. That is also reflecting what you discussed yesterday, and I think that is there's no doubt about that. And of course, one must take the capacity of the recipients into account, so that the language is accordingly, so you don't bother them with huge models. So this Sachverständigenrat report used to be 200 pages long, had a good summary. Now in 2011, I think it was 1,200 pages.
Wow.
And I always went through it for the students, and then so I could only skip it. So a lot of data present, and of course, this politics loses interest. If it's too long, even the guys in the ministries don't have the time to read it. And I want to end with a note. I am teaching in Jena, and Jena is not only the hometown of Walter Eucken, it's also the place where Schiller and Goethe met and became friends. And this is my final word, a quote of the two. I don't read it to you. I give it to you, to read it yourself. It's a little rough translation of the book. So they dismiss all our work with 4 lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 4 minutes ahead, so it's more than
We should have negotiated.
floor open for questions. Yes, please.
How would you respond to the idea that most important policy decisions and interventions are actually decided politically beforehand, and that the economists are only brought in after the fact to kind of support a decision that has already been taken in principle? And so it creates the idea that you're getting this independent sort of advice from experts, and you get, but essentially the political decision has already been taken to do a certain thing, in a certain way.
It's a fair point, I think. But I mean, the policy advice I speak about here is a sort of endogenous in a way that it's created by the policy advisors themselves, partly without a job. Just like this board I mentioned has to publish this every year in mid-November. This is said by the law, so they cannot be neglected in a sense. And otherwise you're right. I think everything is there. You have all these examples, and of course, as an advisor, it is probably not really rewarding to read the news and then get a call and can you justify what you just did. And this is, I mentioned this, the term Gefälligkeitsgutachten, corrupted way. So I think that this is more a description of how I would like to see policy advice. It's not a description of the reality. We have all cases, I think. And I think this is a quite good example.
Please.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So I'm thinking, I like very much that you have made space for values in this, right, or biases. But I'm wondering, and it's a genuine question, whether this presumes that, in contrast to the advice, the theory is value-free. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
No, I didn't want to.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just what
I don't think it's no. I mean, when I speak about the paradigm, it's not a paradigm how politics should be, but a paradigm of how do I see markets work, how do I see economic behavior and stuff. So I think it really goes back to theory.
Okay.
So everything is. I think in social science, I can't imagine a theory where there's no value incorporated.
But is it your gosh, I don't know the word.
Pre-analytic, maybe you want to say.
No, so do you think that economists themselves think of themselves as being biased and defending certain
I hope so.
ideas, or because I think that at least in philosophy, kind of analytical philosophy, people are still trying to convince scientists or an economist, social scientists, that science is in fact not value-free. So, yeah.
I think it's not value free, and I think they should regard themselves as
Yeah.
value driven. But they, I mean, as long as you know it and make it clear, I think
Yeah.
it's not a problem.
Right.
Because you can test everything against this background, and the third party can also test it against this background.
Right.
Say, well, I have another completely other view, and then the causal links are different.
Mhm.
I think that is the challenge.
There was another hand. Yeah, Alain then.
Now, but, one of our problems is theory is based on accumulation of expertise, knowledge, also a bit of ideology and so forth. And suddenly we're faced with a situation now in which the world is changing so much that one wonders whether the theory hasn't simply become not exactly irrelevant, but inapplicable. Let me just, your country is faced with exactly that problem right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and one wonders whether all the cumulative experience and wisdom that people put in now, faced with a decision, what do we do about gas being reduced? What do we do about gas being cut off and Germany's supplies being diminished by, let's say, 30% and so forth? And that's a situation which doesn't seem to me to be simply, we can simply appeal to our theory, because our theory hasn't actually incorporated that.
I think you're right, and I think that I could now point to one slide where I say it's context specific. But the problem is, of course, visible indeed, and it's there. But of course, they have always been different views than the social democrats have put forward. So it is not that everybody has been on the same train, so to speak. There are others who have a different perspective on that. And you may have, particularly with gas, there has been a paper by 3 or 4 economists in March already, where they analyzed what happened without gas from Russia. And their outcome was relatively mild, 3 to 6% of decline of GDP. The Bundeskanzler reacted in a quite unprecedented way. He was challenging them, this is nonsense and they must not do that. As if we have to ask the Bundeskanzler when you display or when you write a paper. But you could see the reaction. So I think this change of paradigm in politics has to be accompanied, of course, by a change of paradigm in the field of advisors. But there always have been people who are aware of the problems. So it's not that there is nothing going on, but now the politicians or those who decide must be aware of different worldviews. And one point I want to make, which is important in our case, I'm a huge fan of the Tinbergen principle. Every objective needs an own instrument. But of course, this can be, if we do this in a strict technocratical manner, you end up in a sort of pillar thinking, column thinking. So in Germany, we still think about the politicians, and particularly on the level of the ministries, they say development cooperation is development cooperation. Climate policy is climate policy. They don't see the linkages. Economic policy has nothing to do with politics. And now Putin, as the master of interfering everything, has shown us, no, there is an interlinkage. And now we must make this, for me it's quite complicated to make this compatible with the Tinbergen principle. Because if one ministry takes up all 4 jobs, it's impossible. But now they must do the jobs interlinked, but still with individual responsibility. So I find this very complex. And you're right, this is a challenge for everyone, not only for politics, but also for those who are seeing themselves as advisors.
This is a sort of advertisement for thinking of complex systems.
Yeah.
But, just one footnote. Somebody said, Germany was perfectly happy to impose a 20% reduction in GDP on Greece, but was very reluctant to accept a 2% decrease in GDP because of the gas situation. And that implies also that there are sort of almost ethical considerations.
Well, I would question your first half of the sentence, not about the German position. but about that's the Germans who imposed 20% decline
Yeah,
in
of course,
GDP on
I mean,
Greece. So I think they did it themselves and quite thoroughly. So, yeah, so
But that's Varoufakis, you know.
yeah. So let's not enter that. and by the way, I think the whole discussion then went absolutely wrong because it has always this culprit issue. The euro is a mess because of two different policy models between France and Germany. And this will, as long as we don't solve out that problem, we will have a euro crisis. So the Greek case is small, relatively small. But this is of course, this claim is quite clear, and I find it from a moral position. I'm really a bit appalled that we really seriously think that we must discuss the temperature in public buildings and weigh this against whether we buy or not. So that's really something but this is this has nothing to do with what I'm done here.
You? Yeah.
My question is kind of linked to some of the early questions that are being asked. And I think one of the challenges within academia, I mean, I was working in a kind of policy advisory organization before I came to academia, is that we were debating whether our position should be more neutral, we just providing alternatives, or we should advocate certain positions. And I think that's always a struggle. And I think your suggestion of the job divisions among different groups of people could potentially solve that problem. But still, the issue is that, to me, it's still based on the assumption that if the policymaker has the information, they will behave rationally. And I think that has been picked up, is that often they don't. I mean, it's not only the politicians, it's even, I mean, we lay human beings, we know a lot of things we should be doing, we have all the knowledge, we still just don't do it. I mean, politician is another whole different, group of people. I mean, they have many other, you also mentioned political reasons and all those other things. So that's why they tend to use it like backwards, But like, how do we resolve the issue of our assumption of rationalities in people's behaviors?
A very good point. And I'm more or less with you. Similar problem that like Alain had. Maybe the communication was not clear. I had at one stage the word sin, because in the old days when the German auto liberals were having all the professorships, they would speak about policy decisions as a sin. Because you deviate from the optimal auto liberal perspective. And I always was questioning myself, are we in church or are we in academia? And what I think policy advice can offer is just alternatives. They just can offer an alternative perspective. They can offer evidence for good policies, good in the sense that they meet the objectives that society has defined for themselves. So if we want to achieve, say, climate protection, I think without using the instrument of competition, we won't achieve that without the price mechanism. I'm quite sure about that. And of course, I don't have the evidence in the sense that hard evidence, but my understanding of this is so. So I advocate this case. But I only can do this with ever better data. And I'm not so naive to think here is my solution, and now I'm embarrassed that the stupid politicians don't apply. That's not the point I wanted to make. I think that the policy advice is just offering the spectrum, or broadening the spectrum, so that people can read it, majorities can be changed over time. So I think policy advice is a constant process. It's not, I get a job, I do a study for the ministry that has already decided, and then I sit down with them, and then I'm embarrassed that they don't follow my advice, or I write what they want to hear. I think policy advice is a permanent process, and it's a competing process. We have very different institutions. So the Freiburger Walter Eucken Institute, where Nils was studying, has a very liberal perspective. Then we have the Berkeley Foundation with a very Keynesian perspective, and these are competing. So I think I wanted to see it as a process, and not as a one-shot game, and then I'm embarrassed that they are not following my good advice. So that's why I think the old term sin, Stabati always used that, and I always felt like, what is he talking about?
One last question, if there is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
speakers again. The first is Pascal Bridel. Pascal is a prominent historian of economic thought. He's worked on general equilibrium analysis, which he'll also talk about today, I guess. And is a specialist of Walras and Pareto, again, which he'll also talk about today. He's worked on monetary analysis and business cycles and many other subjects. Our second speaker is Professor UK from UJ. She will work on behavioral economics, looking how behavioral economics is kind of changing economics, or if it is, looking at it more from a social science perspective. And finally, we'll have Dr. Michael Stettler. You probably haven't met him, but he is the director of the Carl Mittermeier Center and the organizer of this conference. And he's worked for many decades at Wits University before, while also directing a kind of. So we'll start right away with Professor Bridel.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid I belong to the old school of being fed up with PowerPoints, just like the US colonel saying that whenever you have the best possible PowerPoint, when you go on the field, there is always a missing bullet point and you get killed. So no PowerPoint, sorry, you'll have to try to follow my rather primitive English. So, Carl Mittermeier's 1969 book and its tantalizing title was well ahead of its time. It is only in the 1980s, when general equilibrium ceased to be the only fashionable place to be seen for top mathematical economists, that the profession, and mostly historians of economic thought, started to reflect on the hand behind this particularly invisible hand. Having spent a good deal, too much probably, of my time on the tricky question of money and general equilibrium, and on the history of general equilibrium, I got hooked, without knowing it at the time, by what Mittermeier's call after Schumpeter the vision general equilibrium theorists entertained behind their general equilibrium modeling. To paraphrase a remark made by Bob Clower, unlike today's mainstream economists for whom the model is the message, for sophisticated general equilibrium theorists, the message was and is much more than the model. So when I was contacted by this conference organizers, thank you for inviting me, and when I read in their call for papers the for me familiar quote by Pareto about him being a nominalist among the nominalists, I ventured to think that I could present briefly some result of my research on the so-called Lausanne School. In particular, to discuss the two very different hands behind, or hands and visions or messages, behind Walras and Pareto's respective version of general equilibrium. Unlike Mittermeier, today researchers on Walras and Pareto are blessed with the existence of both men's collected writings, allowing us to get a much broader view of what exactly are the hands behind their respective version of general equilibrium, invisible hand. In other words, I'd like to demonstrate that scholarly research on Mittermeier's distinction between dogmatic and pragmatic views on competitive equilibrium has made substantial progress, even if this divide has been altered. In particular, that many general equilibrium theorists, from Walras, Pareto down to Arrow and Hahn, are among the least dogmatic and the most cautious in the use of their version of the invisible hand. Concentrating on the two founding fathers of this tradition, two luminaries of my own university, I'd like to examine in succession how Walras and Pareto, in their very, very different own ways, were considering that their respective models were only a small part of their own overall messages meant to examine broadly better ways of doing economics, to use Mittermeier's motto. Indeed, they were certainly not dogmatic in their use of their own general equilibrium. So, by the way, I'll skip all the silly technical details. I'll try to stick to the main argument. Technical details, you all know about that. So, sophisticated defenders or promoters of the general equilibrium theory readily admit today that its heuristic character is linked to the distance more than to the proximity of this model to any reality. This modern conception of the relationship between the explanatory scope of general equilibrium theory and its epistemological status is only, to my mind, the latest avatar of a long debate that began with Walras and Pareto. This old opposition between the two founding fathers of the theory of general equilibrium marks particularly well the break between the old political economy and modern economic theory. For the creator of the theory of general equilibrium, Walras, a realist in the sense of the philosophical problem of the universals, the laws which govern the facts are prior to the facts. Universalia ante rem, as they would say. For his successor, Pareto, who calls himself nominalist among the nominalists, facts pre-exist to the laws, and the ideas that flow from them, universalia post rem. While Walras asserts that pure science makes it possible to reach an understanding of an ontological truth, Pareto will always defend the idea that one can only reach an imperfect knowledge of phenomena, what he called a first approximation, but that scientists will never be able to know the ideal phenomenon. Uniformities or theoretical generalities are deduced from the fact that they organize. Hence, theories are only relative, only facts are really important. So let's just try to build up on these generalities by taking successively first Walras, then Pareto. Let's start with Walras. Walras adopted a strongly rationalist approach throughout his career. His theoretical efforts are always placed at a high level of abstraction. He shows a certain disdain for the question of the empirical relevance of his abstractions, among which we find, for example, the hypothesis of perfect foresight, the failure to take into account out of equilibrium exchanges, and the absence of any temporal dimension. Far from the realisticness, to use the fashionable word, so much advocated by Pareto, Walras seems above all interested in the construction of a logically coherent system of pure economics. Seems to be only interested in the construction of a logically coherent system of pure economics. Walras' positivism can be summed up in a rather vague assertion of the need to base all knowledge on experience, but it doesn't go any further than that. Despite the slight concession to an empirical science, Walras' pure science has an almost exclusively logical deductive flavor. Even if it is often invoked, the basis of the scientific approach in experience serves, for Walras, to legitimize the scientificity of the most abstract knowledge, including, surprisingly, metaphysical knowledge. But is there eventually a hand behind this version of the invisible hand? Yes, indeed. It is an obsession of his seldom discussed theory of justice. In fact, the traditional reading of Walras was until recently strictly restricted to his elements of pure economics, as a side effect to one recent and not so recent attempt at socializing again market mechanism, and two, the publication of Valois' collected writings. Valois' early attempts at connecting market efficiency with social justice has been under scrutiny again. There is now a substantial body of evidence indicating that Valois' original general equilibrium model should not be viewed in isolation, but as part of his much more ambitious project, including his applied and social economics. Valois' solution to the question sociale was posed in terms of a social schemes necessary to correct what he saw as the flagrantly unjust distribution of income and property, without, however, infringing on anyone's individual liberty. The basis for these studies was his theory of justice, inherited from his beloved father and summarized in his famous dictum in French, égalité de conditions and inégalité de position. This should be easily translated into English. Social justice requires that no one be allowed to infringe the rights of others to pursue unequal position. This is his liberal side. But for these unequal positions in society to be just, the conditions under which they are reached must be the same for everyone, what is mildly socially bent. Two old concepts of justice, borrowed from what Valois called the good old medieval theory of natural law, are brought into the picture, namely, no surprise, distributive justice and commutative justice, being justice in exchange. And the overall structure of Valois' entire work, including general equilibrium, and in particular his famous trilogy between pure social and applied economics, reflects precisely the interaction between these two notions of justice. Hence, and on the one hand, general equilibrium and the elements of pure economics contain the theoretical and abstract representation of an ideal and just economy, I'll come back to that in a minute, from the standpoint of commutative justice. On the other, distributive justice gets logically earlier and separate treatment in his studies in social economics. While the prescriptive policies necessary to make the markets work according to the principle of commutative justice are discussed in his studies in applied economics. To put things even more bluntly, in modern parlance, the distribution of the agent's initial endowments has nothing to do with market mechanism. It depends strictly and exclusively on a pre-existing theory of distributive justice and adequate institutional reforms for the distribution of wealth. It's well known that Valois was a lifelong opponent to functional marginal productivity theory of distribution. There's a long discussion with Wicksteed about that. To preserve this first type of justice, a working of the actual market mechanisms that leaves unchanged these initial endowments, change of composition but not of value, must be worked out. And lo and behold, besides being efficient, the only market system which guarantees such a commutative justice, i.e. justice in exchange, is a strictly atomistic competitive system. And pure economic is, quote, in essence, the theory of the determination of prices under a hypothetical regime of perfectly free competition. But Valois did not, of course, associate free competition with laissez-faire. Valois' most peculiar policy prescription aim thus at turning a real world into competitive markets in order to guarantee both distributive and commutative justice. Hence, the reconciliation and synthesis between socialists and liberal would be complete, so we thought. General equilibrium and pure economics are clearly defining the ideal working of the market economy in which the principles of commutative justice are upheld. An economic system working along these lines would be both just and efficient. The old man genuinely thought he had found the Rosetta Stone of social sciences. The full divorce soon to be pronounced by Pareto between rational economic theory and a theory of justice was still completely foreign to old Valois. In modern parlance and in some kind of pre-Rawlsian fashion, the optimizing characteristics of Valois' general equilibrium model are separate and dominated by a pre-existing theory of justice. In short, in other words, following Hobbes and Rousseau's social contract approach, with his natural law argument, Valois suggests a sort of transcendental theory of justice in order to define a just distribution of initial endowments between agents. Having settled this first stage of his general argument, his attempt to define a distributionally neutral market structure will set him on building ex nihilo his general competitive model. Now let's turn to Pareto. Despite great similarities, the differences between the analytical apparatus of Valois and that of Pareto are well known. I don't come back to this. It's complicated stuff and sometimes a little bit technical. At first, Pareto actually tries to reconcile the individualistic and utilitarian, which is anathema to Valois, approach of the hedonistic agent borrowed from Edgeworth with the Valrasian concept of general equilibrium. Abandoning Valois' idea of the cardinal measure of individual utility for an ordinalist approach, Pareto constructed one of the earliest versions of modern rational choice theory. On this basis, he introduced the idea of a social optimum, the Paretian optimum, which, following the example of Edgeworth's approach, they were writing to each other on that topic, implies that no agent can improve his level of well-being without diminishing that of at least one other agent. The impossibility of making interpersonal comparison of utility then excludes, within the confines of economic theory, a classification of all possible social states, not economic states, social states. Thanks to this analysis centered on the behavior of the agent, Pareto seeks to explain how, through the interaction of these agents, the different market structures are constructed. The Valrasian competitive equilibrium being only one case among many others, which had put to rest the idea that Pareto had only general equilibrium in mind as a market structure. His lectures of political economy in 1896 are crisscrossed by this double Valrasio-Edwardian influence. Based on a reference of contingent phenomena, his approach remained essentially empiricist, deductive, concrete, as he says, and verificationist. This epistemology exerts a decisive influence on the abandonment of the Valrasian theory of the agent based on a marginal utility not empirically measurable in favor of a theory of rational choice. This then naturally implies a coordination of his analytical choice, of this analytical choice, with a redefinition of the respective fields of analysis of economic theory and what he calls, for the first time, sociology. In his Manual of Political Economy, 1909, famous for his appendix, then in his Treatise of Sociology, 1917, while maintaining with a theory of action a perfect conceptual continuity between economic theory and sociology, Pareto nevertheless restricts the validity of the first, pure economics, to the logical actions of homines economici, of general economic equilibrium, and will make non-logical but not illogical actions the subject par excellence of sociology. From the turn of the 20th century, in various writings and in his correspondence, Pareto bluntly asserts, and on several occasions that I quote, and it's very important to have this quote in mind, economics is, I quote, economics is a small part of sociology, and pure economics is a small part of economy. In 1913, he confided to Pantaleone that in the past, if he had thought that, quote, political economy could be studied independently of sociology, and of quote, he had now completely abandoned this idea. The Traité de Sociologie Générale is written as, quote, an essential complement to the study of political economy. Around the hard core of pure economics, general equilibrium, are successively nested applied economics and then sociology. Clearly, quote, pure economics alone cannot give us norms to practically regulate a concrete phenomenon, neither can it make us fully acquainted with the nature of this phenomenon, end of quote. The knowledge offered by pure economics, general equilibrium, can only offer partial and theoretical knowledge of an infinitely complex reality. It's a base camp, if you want to use the traditional and modern expression. For example, general economic equilibrium is only a particular case of social equilibrium, but both are only abstraction, even if the second, including the first, comes closer to the concrete phenomenon. Applied economics and sociology do not replace, but supplement pure economics. A little longish quote, but it's worth it. Quote, in political economy too, one must add, not substitute the theories of applied economics to those of pure or mathematical economics. The main purpose of mathematical economics is to bring to light the mutual dependence of economic phenomena. And up to the present time, we know of no other way of attaining this end. End of quote. Since the 1930s and up to today, the modern and post-Paretian version of general equilibrium has ceased to claim any external consistency. The frame of reference is no longer any economic system, even idealized, but exclusively mathematical logic. The seriously minded members of the profession are 1,000 leagues from this epistemological prudence of Pareto, who, by the way, was a genuine mathematician. Quote from Pareto, the economist who advocates a law taking into consideration only its economic effects is not too much of a theoretician. It is not enough a theoretician, since it neglects other theories that it should bring together with its own to make a judgment of a practical case. It would be unreasonable to claim to regulate economic phenomena by pure theory alone. A rereading of Pareto sociology should thus encourage economists to follow the advice of one of their leading mentors, in particular, a dogmatic use of the invisible hand discussed in general equilibrium, is clearly the characteristic for Pareto of bad economists. Applied economics and sociology do not replace, but should be added to pure economics. This should be all the easier for modern economists, since Pareto explicitly extends the conceptual matrix of pure economics to sociology. So the scientificization of the theory of general equilibrium passes for Pareto by the strict application of the method of analysis and synthesis, borrowed from physics, by the way, which is then applicable only to logical action, the first approximation of a reality, with inverted comma, which can only be apprehended through the interdependence of all the social sciences. Parisian epistemology thus forces the theory of general economic equilibrium to reduce its ambitions. Until very recently, most economists have remained deaf to this suggestion. Thus, and for the first time in the history of general economic equilibrium, although Pareto appropriates the tools of Walrasian general economic equilibrium, his use of them is completely different from the view of his predecessor. So it brings us to the natural conclusion of comparing these two a great mind. Walras's hostility to any Pareto-type empiricist approach appears in numerous remarks scattered throughout his work. In particular, one of his mood notes, as he called them, illustrate unequivocally and in a particularly concise way the methodological and epistemological distance which separates the two authors from the so-called Lausanne School. I quote, "Monsieur Pareto believes that the goal of science is to get closer and closer to reality by successive approximations." And Walras goes on, "And I believe that the goal of science is to bring reality closer to a certain ideal. That is why I formulate this ideal, i.e. general equilibrium." Indeed, on the epistemological level, the distance between Walras and Pareto does not exclusively concern the conditions of validity and the method of scientific knowledge in general, and of the general equilibrium in particular, but implies more profoundly the nature of this knowledge. For Pareto, the referent of the theory is identified with the contingent phenomena that the scientist seeks to apprehend in successive stages, including applied economics and sociology. For Walras, the pure theorist seeks to grasp the essence of phenomena which is only imperfectly present in the contingent. From this point of view, the formal apparatus of general equilibrium, although similar, refers to two different objects, the contingent and the ideal. Thus, if it is meaningless to want to translate the Walrasian project directly into a Parisian framework, it is essential for any coherent analytical interpretation of the Lausanne School to understand that the stories of the two authors do not have the same object and that their theories of general economic equilibrium do not have the same referent either. We are then, of course, back to Mittermeier's hand behind the invisible hand and his distinction between a dogmatic and a pragmatic use of general equilibrium. In their very different own ways, and invoking each a very different hand behind their respective invisible hand, Walras and Pareto were considering pragmatically that their general equilibrium model was only a small part of their messages, meant to examine more broadly better ways of doing economics. Thank you for your extreme patience.
Thank you. We've got a good 10 minutes for questions.
Yeah, I had a question. It was more about how these ideas spread into the German language, and I was wondering if you had any comment about like the role of Schumpeter's first book or Cassell's work in sort of separating out, you know, the deeper context behind Walras and Pareto.
This is a long story, convoluted and complicated. Clearly, Schumpeter was instrumental. First, Schumpeter paid a visit to Walras at Lausanne in, I can't remember the year, but they got corresponded and they actually met. And the first book by Schumpeter, his first, I think it was his dissertation or whatever it was called in Germany at the time, was basically on Walras' general equilibrium. But technically, you have to wait in the German-speaking world. Karl Menger, but Karl with a K, not Karl with a C, to have this mathematical seminar in the 1930s to try to improve the existing theorem suggested by Walras and Pareto, which were very defective. You could have negative prices, which is hardly helpful if you try to run an economy to have negative prices. But in between, I think that this Karl Menger ran a private seminar with a Viennese banker called, can't remember the name, where the first idea of improving on these two versions of general equilibrium, but purely technically, was conducted in the 1920s. So, and then I don't think it went much further. I don't want to be drawn into what's going on in Germany and what happened in Germany after 1933, but there was very little that was done on general equilibrium. Basically, I think that general equilibrium, apart from a few exceptions in the United States, some United States faculties, practically disappeared from teaching between 1920 and Samuelson's 1938 dissertation.
Yeah, Pascal, I have two questions for you. First of all, you said on existence, that was Abraham Wald, right? The first.
Wald, thank you.
Right.
I was looking for this.
1927, if my memory is right. But the other thing is, you portray the idea that Walras had the sort of core of, if you like, technical economics, and gradually expanded it, and then finally has the sociology, which he still contains in some sense at its center, this underlying technical aspect. And it seems to me Pareto actually moved away from the assumptions that were made to do the technical stuff. So in some sense it's a contradiction when he talks about dropping rationality in some sense and claiming that in fact people do take non-rational decisions, and then afterwards there's this logical varnish which we put on them.
Yeah.
And so it seems to me that, you know, Pareto somehow moved away, didn't leave the technical part intact. He started to sort of almost attack it. And so sociology is not containing.
No, I don't think so.
Do you understand?
He didn't leave the varnish because he made a few improvements, quite a lot of improvement on Walras' own technical version of general equilibrium, but it was only, as he said, as I tried to convey the idea, that was only on rational, of agent of rational behavior, but rational behavior, in sense of a rational choice, a theory of rational choice, are only a very small part an ideal or small part of a theory of decision, because he is obsessed, Pareto, with a decision theory that includes not only rational decision, but non-rational, but not irrational decision. So the idea is to have a center of gravity, pure economics, around rational decision, and this is general equilibrium. You just expand it into applied economics and then sociology. For example, he uses the example of international trade. He said, the pure theory of international trade, it's easy, you get it through general equilibrium, no problem. Then, applied economics try to explain the reason why you have countries that are protectionist and countries that are free traders. And he said, but ultimately, you have to go to sociology to understand why Britain is free trade and Germany is protectionist. So you have this graduation from the hardcore of pure economics demonstrating that free trade is best, and then you move to applied economics, and then to sociology, and it's only sociology, basically it's political philosophy, to have an explanation of why some countries are protectionist and others are free traders, while pure economics shows you that free trade is best.
Yeah, I'm still puzzled by I have the feeling that Pareto, in a quote that I showed at some point, he did actually say that it's only for very material, limited decisions that rational decisions play a role. And after that, decisions are essentially due to sentiments.
Yeah.
And so I don't see him as keeping this rational core. I see him as abandoning it, saying that's not what people do.
If he hadn't kept this rational core, it wouldn't have worked on general equilibrium.
No, but he sort of gave up on Tulloh.
No, he never gave up. He said it's the hard core of any social science, probably I haven't been clear enough for that, it's the hard core of any social economics, because it's the only technique I know, he says, about formalizing the interrelation and the general interdependence of all people. He said, show me something that it's more enlightening than general equilibrium to explain the interdependence between agents. I'm quite ready to adopt it, but I know nothing better than that to show the interdependence. But now we have to expand this interdependence to applied economics and to sociology. And it's there, of course, that he can't move any. You've got a trade-off between beloved model that's well-grounded and the real world, where, of course, when you move from economic equilibrium, Pareto efficient, to a social equilibrium, he's forced to say, well, if you have to make interpersonal comparison of utility, someone else than the market is going to be responsible for doing this choice. And who can do this choice? Government.
We have this discussion periodically.
Yes, I know.
Pascal. I don't think we should bore the other people with it, but...
Melissa?
Yeah, thank you very much. That was really fascinating, enlightening. So would you say that, maybe I should just ask a simple question, so when or where did it go wrong? In the sense that these two thinkers were pretty much aware of this need for expanding and conceiving of other things, the sociology and in Pareto. So when did economics, or when did, stuck to the just the small part and ignore the rest? Would you say that it's something that happened to economics, or would you say that it's something that is more related to simply the way in which we have professionalized science?
Well, Pareto had a couple of disciples who, despite his dire warnings, tried to extend general equilibrium to general social equilibrium. And Pareto wrote to one of them, "My poor man, you are on the wrong track. This is simply impossible. This is too complicated." There is a whole letter to a chap called Winiarski, who was a Pole, emigrated, he was a PhD student, and then he said, there is no way you can do that. So, for example, welfare economics and welfare social function came back through the back door in the late 1930s, where they were trying to come back to some Pareto intuition. But I think economists and mathematicians from the 1930s onwards, Wald and these people, were grabbed the problem of having a proper existence theorem and then subsequently stability theorem, and found that interesting, and off they went. And they completely disregarded the idea, Pareto's idea of general equilibrium or pure theory being only the center of gravity around which the rest, which is as least as important as the center of gravity, should be studied. So it's, I hate saying that, but it's probably the sociology of the profession that make the economist aiming at trying desperately to hope to find demonstration that beyond competitive equilibrium we could have a demonstration of the stability of the system. It's not very, I'm not very comfortable with such arguments, but I think it's the way the profession took up general equilibrium from Pareto and just discarded completely its sociology. No economist of repute I've met has ever opened the treatise of sociology in which, sorry, Alain, I'm sorry, you must have read back to front these 2,000 pages, which are absolutely unbearable to read for an economist, but there are very interesting epistemological elements and very interesting element of pure economics. He's discussing the possibility of moving from a general economic equilibrium to a social equilibrium, and the techniques are exactly the same, but he just banged onto the impossibility of making proper interpersonal comparison of utility. And this is extremely interesting, but economists never managed to digest the idea that Pareto was in fact pulling the rug under their feet, in the sense that it was telling them that this is just a tiny little thing, general equilibrium. You can't explain the world by using general equilibrium.
I'm afraid we have to stop. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say to Pascal, I think that's what when I wrote this paper called A Journey Down the Wrong Road, yes, that was exactly what I was trying to say, that Pareto basically took us off, pulled the rug out. Yeah. So thanks.
Maybe it's very short, but then the answer also has to be short.
Okay, I'll make it short. Pascal, there is one Australian economist who's interested in Pareto's economics and sociology. His name is Michael McClure.
I know Michael as if I had created him.
Yes. Now, we'll follow up this later, but I'm very interested in the idea of Pareto presenting a general theory in which Valrat is a special case. I want to know, in a nutshell, from what you've been saying, there are various ideas here, but we can talk about that later.
Your presentation on the is a PowerPoint, right? So we have to switch this on again, I suppose.
But we are in full.
Yeah, but I'm not
It's just a question.
Sorry. Thank you.
So we are jumping from one extreme to the other. So you are going to see a very colorful PowerPoint. And And also, I've been wondering, like, so far until now, we haven't been, like, we are in an economics conference and we haven't been seeing figures and tables and numbers, and you are going to see a lot of that too. Okay. And one of the reasons why I'm doing all that is because I'm feeling extremely intimidated, being not an economist. I mean, my formal encounter with economics was about 20 years ago when I was doing my master's. And I'm also not a philosopher. Okay, I'm doing some philosophy classes right now, and my colleagues there can attest that I ask so many questions that completely show that I don't understand the readings. I'm based in education right now, and I'm generally kind of more into social science broadly. And I think I'll tell a little bit backstory because I think this topic is kind of interesting to me, besides I'm also not a psychologist. I'm kind of just read a lot into psychologists. So behavioral economics is kind of interesting topic to me because it's almost kind of throwing, again, almost like pulling the rug out of economics. And I'm also fascinated with the whole idea of rationality and stuff. So I think I will start with how I actually get into this whole, a little bit field, is that I mean, all these fascinating books came out some years ago, not too recent. And I think maybe among them, the most famous one probably would be Nudge. I'm not sure how many of you have heard, you probably have seen some of them. And, okay, just to make my presentation a little bit more interesting, I was throwing also some pop quiz. Who is the founding father of behavioral economics? Any hands? No Googling, okay? Okay, so let me take one step back. How many show of hands, how many of you have heard of behavioral economics? It will be quite a lot, okay? How many of you would think you are very familiar with behavioral economics? Okay? Okay, so you are probably more likely to answer this question. and because one of the reasons I found behavioral economics also interesting is that, I mean, we've been talking for the past day and a half, realism or pragmatism or empirical study, or the theory needs to be, verified according to the data in the field and all that. I mean, that's exactly what behavioral economics are doing. So, but nobody is bringing up that topic up to now. Okay. So, again, founding fathers? Not really. Anyone heard of Thrala? The one actually wrote Nudge. Nudge and Misbehaving. So Misbehaving is an interesting book. So it's kind of almost, he's writing the story of how the field has evolved. Okay, and starting from the beginning. I mean, Thrala is an economist, American economist. But he's writing where his influence comes from and how this field eventually evolved and like what kind of influences or some of the struggles that they then went through. Okay, then the second question, I suppose, anyone again, Nobel Prize from the behavioral economist?
Daniel Kahneman?
Okay, so he is definitely an interesting figure, and you will see his name coming up again. But then he's in which field, though?
Cognitive science?
Cognitive, he's starting point, you want to, yeah?
No, I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
So it's the second question. So I was asking, would you be able to think of any Nobel Prize winners for economics from behavioral economics? Behavioral economics.
Taylor, we have Kahneman.
Yeah.
And who else? Taylor, Kahneman.
Taylor also got it. Kahneman, but Kahneman's background originally is in psychology.
Psychology, right?
Yeah. So interestingly, again, that's how the field actually come into, is that actually a lot of influence coming from psychologists and be incorporated into economics, and the two kind of, in a way, there's a lot of interaction there. Okay, there are quite a few, actually others. Some people also say Hermann Simon, the one who's talking about the bounded rationality, is also a behavioral economist, and he also got the Nobel Prize. And there were a few others which I'm less familiar with, so I will leave them out. Okay, so the rationality is an interesting story here, Because again, in my limited understanding of economics, rationality is really at the core of economics. I mean, we assume that people would act rationally. They would, consider things very carefully. They will collect the information, and they will maximize their, utilities. But then, how rational are we? I mean, some of the Dan's book, he wrote interesting. The titles are interesting. He called it predictably irrational, and the other book he wrote is The Upside of Irrationality. So the question here is, how rational are we in our daily life decisions? And that's in a way what the behavioral economics is trying to look at and trying to almost prove that actually a lot of our decisions aren't rational. I mean, there are so many different inferences, and there are also so many shortcuts that we make our decisions not based on conscious or even rational thinkings. And I also want to mention, actually, my interest into this particular presentation is actually arising from a discussion with Pascal. You know him as Michael, but I'm using the German pronunciation, although not perfect. So he was asking, we were talking about the whole behavioral economics, and he was asking, but this field, could it be like just a fad into the whole broader economic kind of, area? And I'm also wondering, if something like behavioral economics has been proposing something almost like throwing the whole field of God, how is it being received? How people has been responding to it? I mean, Thaller's book provides some kind of indications, but that was published in 2015, so it was a while ago in a way. So I want to ask it further. And then I face the next question is, how do I operationalize this idea? I mean, again, behavioral economics is quite a broad field. I mean, how do you make a presentation on it? How do you do something about it? So I tried to, think of something, which is I came to this idea of I can maybe follow on kind of Zoom meeting and narrow it down to Global South. And there are also some reasons that I think it kind of almost makes sense to focus on the Global South, is that, again, in Thaller's kind of description and also his understanding of the field, obviously he's talking, from the more northern kind of angle. He finds that financial economics and developmental economics are the two fields actually the behavioral economics has been evolved the most advanced. And he actually found it quite a pity that macroeconomics is a field that he's actually very interested in, but hasn't really seen much of the kind of development or attractions for the behavioral economics. And one of the reasons is available of the data. I mean, financial, there are lots of data there that one can actually really analyze. And the other reasons why I think it might be, justifiable is that the Global South, generally we tend to see that the Global South, the scholarship, generally quite influenced by the North. I mean, not exactly, but we are quite, following us. Even some of the collaborations, we tend to collaborate with the people in the North. So then I decided just to look at what's happening in the Global South in terms of the behavioral economics. So this is methodology. So actually, one thing I found immediately, it run into not challenge but trouble, or is that how to define Global South. We use that term sometimes kind of loosely, but I try to be a little bit more scientific. So I try to Google what's Global South, and there are kind of definitions. So the typical definition is the 77 plus China. But the interesting thing is that when I click onto that, it actually takes me to the 134 country list. So eventually then I come up with the whole list of 134 countries. And I went to Scopus, and that's a kind of another experiment that I've been doing, which is that to use bibliometric review to get a sense of the field, because that's in a way, it's not a quick fix, but it's kind of an entry point. It's a good, fast entry point to get a broader sense of what's happening in the field. So I use bibliometric review and I use Scopus. Again, people can debate on whether Scopus is the best database to do that, but I use it because I need to use both Scopus and another tool which is called Voice Viewers, which do some kind of mapping stuff. So Scopus is one of the source file that can compatible with the other software. So what I did is that I go to Scopus and I put in behavioral economics, the two variation of the pronunciation because the spelling, because there's the American, there's the British. And I search that in the title, abstract, and the keywords of the database in Scopus. And I exclude 2022 because then that figure would fluctuate. I mean, depending on the day that I access it, the number would potentially fluctuate, and I want a fixed number. And I also excluded all non-English publications because, I mean, I can read Chinese, but it will be then biased towards the Chinese, the figures. So I did all the things in English. And I also had a look of the countries, and I excluded all non-global South countries. So eventually, it's the database of the 134 countries. And one thing immediately I found interesting is that the number, if one put the global South limit to it, so if one doesn't put a limit, it's about 5,900. So it's close to 6,000 hits. But the moment I put that country kind of geography kind of limit to it, it comes down to 285. So it's a big drop. I mean, so which means that majority of the publications in this domain is published by authors in the North, broadly kind of defined. And I think the other thing I would need to mention is that here the global South or global North, so all the East European countries are not counted as a global South according to that definition of the list. And Israel is also counted as global North. I mean, that's not my definition, but that's just how it is. Okay, so here are some of the results.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you say again why it drops from 5,000?
Okay, so the difference between the two numbers is one is putting the limit of the global South countries. The other one doesn't. So in other words, the 6,000 number is all the countries. And the other one is only the global South countries. So, and I started to kind of draw some figures. And here, you will see that a lot of figures, I have the left-hand side and right-hand side. And here's when I'm trying to kind of compare the two, compare the picture of the global South and the global picture. So the two kind of database. And again, if you read here, the left-hand side, this is the number of the publications in that database. Okay, United States clearly dominant. I mean, that's again no surprise. I mean, they're always dominant. UK, I mean, that kind of sequence is almost very typical social science kind of publication, almost ranking. But if you look at the global South, again, I think it's not really surprised that China dominant, and then it's the BRICS countries. But also there are some kind of countries, they are about like 10, they have 10 documents in the database. Okay, I'll rush over. That meet the criteria. But it's about the BRICS countries. And also if you compare here, in the global North or broadly, the field kind of shoots up from about 2005. But in the global South, it's about, what's the number? 2012, that is starting to go up. So there's quite a bit delay to that. The next figure, the document by type, there isn't much of the difference. This is about whether it's articles, whether it's books, or whether it's whatever. This one is also interesting, it's about subject. So in the global North, I mean, firstly, obviously, one would expect that the dominant field would be economics and decision makings to some extent. And the right-hand side is the global South. So again, it's kind of almost similar. I think the difference is that, interestingly, there are also those all other fields, like engineering stuff is also there. Mm-hmm. And the small figures I can't read now. So psychology, in the broader picture is here. And the psychology in the global South is here. So this one is one of the quite a big difference. The other ones, I don't see too much of the difference. In terms of who's publishing, so these are the authors that are published the most in terms of numbers of publications. And the first author is a Korean and also based in India for some time. But all his 4 documents is actually from one journal, which it's kind of weird. But anyway, and the other ones are some of the countries they belong to is Uruguay China quite a bit, Brazil, and Thailand and Pakistan. And their kind of interest is also kind of quite varied. The Uruguay guy is quite a variety. Quite a few Chinese ones are actually on the energy, power, battery related to behavioral economics, which is kind of interesting. The guy from Brazil is kind of a political economist. The one from Thailand is more on the behavior itself. Okay. So again, you don't need to read any of this. So the broad picture here is that it's about top-cited articles, top-cited authors. Top-cited authors, you can see they're all Chinese. Top-cited articles is a little bit more spread, but again, the Chinese dominant. And the more interesting thing is the top co-cited one. So according to this methodology, the co-citation, the methodology is about if a paper is being co-cited by 2 other papers, then it will come up. So it tends to pick up actually the actual influential paper or the authors in that field. And if you look at that, the top co-cited articles are basically what we know. Those are basically the founding papers in that field. And that has nothing to do with within the global south, the top articles or top authors. And again, the top co-cited articles are, again, it's dominated by people in the north. I mean, it has nothing to do with almost anyone in the south. So that's the only thing you need to see. And also in terms of where they're publishing, I mean the journals they are publishing, is that the left-hand side again is where the broader database is publishing. So they are publishing in psychopharmacology, whatever, and experiment analysis of behavior. The journal will be quite into the behavioral economics and economic behavior and organizations. But if you look at the right-hand side, which is where the southern scholars are publishing, they are publishing in psychology. And that's why maybe we have a little bit more psychology there. And Helion, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. It's kind of we call it a mega journal. So it kind of almost publish anything, which comes up second. And the third one, the global change research, is kind of more on the climate change. So the journals are kind of not really behavioral economics journals. And if you look at the co-cited journals, which will be actually more in the economics. Okay. And this is the figure, again, 1 minute, okay. You can't really read, but this is co-author, and the only co-author one can pick up from the two is the group of Chinese, and they're working based on whatever they field. And this one before, just a second. So this one is interesting. So this is top co-cited authors. This shows the kind of, we call it intellectual structure in the field. So the colors, one color kind of is, draw out from the software itself, but it shows kind of that group of people show some similarities. And if you can see, this is from the Global South database. And you can see that, again, Kahneman definitely is the center of the figures, and around him there is a group, Thala is related to that, but it's slightly different colors. I mean, many of these people are actually in the decision-making or that kind of field. And again, these ones are also, they are all global north, but they are slightly different. And the only ones that are kind of in the global south is some group here, which is the Chinese group. And that one is the one that was published in the one from Korea and India. And this is a keywords evolution. No, this is actually only the keywords. What I found from this figure, interestingly, is that in the global south, the behavioral economics in the two spellings, there are actually two quite distinctive clusters, which I don't understand why. And also this other side is kind of related to the target or the instrument. Seems to be another kind of keywords people tend to use, which is quite distinctly different from the other groups. I think we can, which is quite different from if I use the global kind of database, including everything. So that keyword is quite different from this one. And this one I will leave it. So my conclusion is that it seems to be that the behavioral economics is quite fragmented in the global south. And overall influence in the broader field is quite limited. I mean, they are not coincided at all, almost. And the pattern of behavioral economics is quite different from the one in the North. At least we don't really see anything about the focus of financial economics from the Global South. And of course, there's a lot of limitations of this particular, kind of endeavor. I think for one, I'm in a way not really answering the question I originally kind of set myself to answer, which is to look at kind of the influence or reception of the field. But to me, it's kind of almost like a first step into that bigger question that I still want to do. But again, coming back to Michelle's question, is that I think, interestingly, again, maybe that would be a pull for the audience, is that then do you think behavioral economics is or should be part of economics as the broad field? Or it should be a separate field? Or it's like, is it a valid subfield within economics? Maybe show of hands. Anyone think that behavioral economics is part of economics? You think? Yeah, a few. Actually, we aren't reaching half, but anyway, okay. The other thing I found interesting is that, I was chatting to the colleagues in UJ and BITS, is that we haven't seen behavioral economics becoming part of the economics curriculum for the undergrads. They are still primarily focusing on the classic, economics. So again, if you think that is part of the economics, do you think that should become part of the economics curriculum? Maybe. And almost back to the last question from Michelle, is this a fad? Would this one day become a mainstream? Or it's kind of always going to sit on the edge, on the side of economics, and maybe it would evolve into something else? Because one other observation I have is that in the Global South, they sometimes tend to use not the word of behavioral economics, they tend to just use the broad word of behavioral science, which is a lot broader than behavioral economics. So that's actually my story. Okay.
Yes, we've got many questions, but we don't have too much time. Let's start there at Sam, yes.
Okay, it's good to get this out of the way. I confess from your talk, which was very interesting, I am uncertain as to whether you think behavioral economics is a good thing or a bad thing. And if so, why?
we are only presenting, we aren't like project. No, I think for me I always like to watch the underdogs. And to me, behavioral economics is the underdog for the economics. And I'm very curious to see where it goes.
Still doesn't answer the question.
I'm generally for it, okay. If you need to be very direct.
Could I ask two questions? The first one is fairly basic. When you did this whole sort of analysis, all these publications and all these different journals, and between the North and the Global South, did you have any kind of filter to extract what could possibly be predatory journals and predatory publications? Because that's a huge problem, and there's been a lot of work done on that, and this whole lists of journal titles that are predatory was updated from time to time. And I'm just guessing, but I would think that in the Global South, it's possibly more of a problem than in the North.
The thing with that question is that it's very tricky to define predatory journals. People have been talking about left and right. And for me, I'm again using a very pragmatic kind of definition to it, is that I'm only including everything that's in Scopus. Scopus again have its limitations. And it might have journals that are on the border, or it can depending on the definition, but I'm kind of really limiting myself to their selections. So if Scopus exclude that, then it will be excluded. If Scopus include that, that will be here.
Could I just follow with the second question? So the question about whether behavioral economics is part of economics, or if it isn't, should it be? I think the basic problem is that what most of the outputs of research in behavioral economics has suggested is that individuals are irrational most of the time. They've got all sorts of biases, emotional slants, and so on and so forth. So the problem in integrating it into part of mainstream economics, or just economics in general, I mean, how do you can't model irrationality. So, you know, so the whole of mainstream economics basically is resting on the assumption that you could probably incorporate individual rationality if you accept that despite individuals being irrational, markets in the collective sense are rational. So, for example, just a sort of quip, you know, Warren Buffett's quip about when others are greedy, I get fearful, when others are fearful, I get greedy. So you only need, you know, in a collective sense, a few rational actors to bring about a sort of a market rationality. Or the other famous quote, I think, is from Benjamin Graham: in the short run, the market is like a voting, is like a system of votes. In the longer run,
that's actually a very good
in the longer run, it's a weighing machine. So, anyway, that's just something.
Again, I mean, I don't know. I really ask myself. Again, I'm not an economist, and I don't need to face this question in terms of choice of what to include. But I think in my mind, I think at least the mainstream economics curriculum should talk about it, to point into the student that there's another school that actually question this whole foundation of it. There might be no very viable alternative right now, but I think what you said, to differentiate between the individual and the market, is a possible, very good viable one.
Melissa, and I'm sorry, that has to be the last.
Okay, now.
No, Melissa was asking a question.
It's my turn.
But I just wanted to say that I think.
Yeah.
I just want to say that I totally disagree with what you said. And it's,
what's your proposal?
No,
go ahead. It's a follow-up. Go ahead.
I feel strongly about this. That this notion that we talk about irrationality as being something that's deviation from economists' idea of rationality. There's absolutely no reason why the axioms of rationality we write down should correspond to behavior. There are many other possibilities, and it's a nonsense to say that behavioral economics, which is deviations from economists' rationality. It shouldn't be. It should be how people behave, and that's the problem with the whole of behavioral economics. Behavioral economics has stepped to one side, and there are many people who worked on irrationality in economics, in macroeconomics, and this notion that we should think about, you can't model irrationality. Of course you can. It's just not economists' irrationality. Thank you. I'm sorry. I felt indignant as
Yeah, thank you. So I'm wondering whether you might have a problem of observability here, because if you are only including papers published in English, you are excluding basically, where the global south is more likely to publish, which is in their own languages. So it is, yeah, I mean, I wonder whether...
Of course. I mean, again, using this kind of tool, using Scopus has all those people talking about its limitations and its bias. But then again, I think, in a way, it's kind of discriminating all the countries. So in that sense, it's fair, because then it's only, I know, but then it's also my own limitation that I can't read, so, practically what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, sure. I mean, what I'm saying is simply that you cannot draw conclusions from this, because you have absolutely no clue of how much is being published in the original languages. So presumably, I don't know, I have no clue
so
either.
That figure
but
is
if you
actually
would go
there.
to Latin America, for instance, and you would see papers published in Spanish, you might find that behavioral economics is way much more important than what you're making it.
I think one thing one could do, incorporating that, is to look at the figures before one limited to English, and to see how many languages there are. But again, I think the thing is, the moment you starting to include one language, you would favor that particular language. Then that would be unfair to the other language. So it's kind of a hard choice. But I hear you. I mean, that bias has always been an issue with this kind of analysis. Yes.
Thank you. So the next presenter is Michael Stettler. And I forgot to say Michael is also an old colleague, an ancient colleague, well, an ex-colleague, sorry, and friend, and also student, I believe, of Alain. Michael, I suppose we can impinge on the lunchtime a bit because we've got some extra time in the next session, and maybe we can start it later. Is that
Okay. Can consider half an hour.
One famous economist gave an answer to the question, what is economics? Do you know what I can't remember who it was, but you may know the answer. His answer was, economics is what economists do.
Jacob Lange.
I think that was Harold.
Thank you.
Lord Robbins. Wasn't it Lord Robbins?
Right. Jacob Weiner, as far as
Well, we're going from one extreme to the other extreme and back to the first extreme. From no slides to good slides to no slides. I got muddled up with my slides yesterday night, and at the end I thought, oh, I'm just going to ditch the slides altogether. I haven't got them in good sequence and what have you. So I'm going to work without slides. I'll need a lot of time keeping there, otherwise lunch is going to be messed up very badly. And the title of my talk is, I'm missing the slides. Economics and the problem of similarity. And you might be thinking, wow, is there another problem we didn't know about in economics? You know, we know about the problem of unemployment, inflation. And here is the problem of similarity. I will just have to go to the beginning of my pages. So the problem of similarity actually is the title of a paper that Carl gave us students in the very first lecture of our honors course on the history of economic thought. The problem of similarity. And of course, you know, it has to do with the problem of universals that Pascal was referring to. And it's a big problem because it goes back to the ancient times, to the time of Aristotle and the Middle Ages. I'm not so much going to talk about the content of Carl's paper, The Problem of Similarity, but just about the title, just to get our head around the title as far as we can. And so, well, when I took that class at honors level on the history of economic thought, well, the times I remember well. The allocated times were from 5 o'clock in the evening to 7 o'clock in the evening, but invariably Carl would be half an hour late. Half an hour late, starting at 5:30, and we would certainly not finish before 9 o'clock. Now that would happen for a period of 28 weeks because it was a full year course. There were two students in the class, myself and another student, and I can't remember what the first lecture was about. It was probably a recap of what was done at third year economics in the history of economic thought, which I had done, which was, you know, the standard sort of material from mercantilism to all the way to Karl Marx, but not beyond. And the other student hadn't done that course, so it probably was a matter of catch up. And then at the end of the lecture, Carl gave us this long paper about easy 50 pages, typewritten, single space between the lines, typewritten by Isabella, as I found out many years later. Wow, okay, so, and Carl told us, take this, go home and read it. I went home and I read it, and it blew my mind. And I haven't recovered from it ever since. And that's why I'm here today. I'm not quite sure what it did to the other student, because she never came back to that class. Maybe I should have followed her example. My career would certainly be very different. Well, what does it do? And I'm talking about it because really it is, well, you know, we had The Hand Behind Invisible Hands. We've now got this other book, which Bristol University Press. At the back there, we've got Paul Stevens seated. It's gone through all the processes and due diligences, and it's been accepted for publication. Thank you very much, Paul. Probably called The Empirical Content of Economics or The Analytical Philosophy of Economics. You know, the discussions around that will have to take place. But in addition to those two books, this is really part of another book that Carl worked on. And so, and actually, you know, this chapter, this document on the problem of similarity is just one of a few chapters that make up that book. And I think it is probably, you know, to me it's been the most interesting. It's the one that I knew from the time of doing Carl's course. It is wonderful, it's amazing. You get, you know, just to take you through the names, you get told about, goes all the way from Heraclitus to Empedocles to Plato, Aristotle, even Porphyry features, and it goes to Thomas Aquinas and William of Ockham, and suddenly you end up with Walras and Pareto, and later with Friedman and Becker. So it's like quite an incredible thing, a wonderful world that I had never been exposed to. Now, you know, many of you, of course, know some of those names that I've mentioned. Heraclitus, okay, it's sort of the idea that you can't ever step into the same river twice. You know, many of you will know what one of his students said in return to that. He said, well, you can't even step in the same river once, because by the time your foot is in, the water has passed, it's a different river altogether. And, well, a very serious, you know, fundamental figure in philosophy, this Heraclitus. And Empedocles, I should get, you know, that's where my slides would be good, but I'm just going to read. If I can't find it, I'm going to paraphrase. Empedocles said that there's really no difference between life and death. They are just different arrangements of parts. Well, you know, then he answers, well, if that is the case, why do we bother to use those terms? Because, why, you know, they seem to be the same thing. Really, there's no difference in kind. There's only a difference in arrangement. And what he says is that, well, it is so much part of common language, the natural language of the day, that we are simply using those terms life and death. And even though the people who are using it don't really know that it's only a rearrangement of part, well, too bad for them, but I've got to follow the convention, and I too will use the terms life and death, even though I know that there's no difference in kinds. I don't know if you agree with what Empedocles says. But you know, we might be here today we could say something similar when we talk about the sun is rising and the sun is setting. You know, it's convention, isn't it? Because we know that the sun doesn't rise or set. It's our planet that spins that causes day arriving and day departing. Now, what I want to do is I want to say that much of
modern economics, or what we're doing in economics, is really related to what Empedocles said. That in a sense, we, practicing economists who teach students economics 1, 2, and 3, we are all in a sense followers of Empedocles. As opposed to, the difference of course would be, as opposed to followers of if you like, Aristotle in how we approach theory. To give you an example, a modern day example of what Empedocles said, I might give you this quotation from Gary Becker, 1960. He said that children are a durable consumption and production good. Any of you got kids? Okay, do you agree? Is your child a production or consumption? Durable, of course. So can you see where the title of the problem of similarity comes in? Because now, okay, he's saying that, Becker at least is saying here that there is something similar between children and durable production and consumption goods. It sounds bizarre, doesn't it? And a Chicago labor economist by the name of Lazar, I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, he said some 10 years ago, he said that ideas that were considered bizarre and almost comical 20 years ago are now standard. That, these ways of talking about economic phenomenon in that particular fashion is quite acceptable. And then of course you get something like the book on Freakonomics, which really hit the bestseller list. And so what I'm trying to say is that phenomenon like Freakonomics and much of what gets done, let's say by Becker and others in the tradition, is following on from and adopting really the approach, the attitude towards the words that we are using, similar to that of Empedocles. And in a sense, what I want to do is use that to answer to some degree what UK talked about, namely the question of rationality, irrationality, and many other such. It crops up again and again in the history of economic thought. And Amos mentioned yesterday, he mentioned Mandeville. And, today it's very popular to say that really, we can go further than Adam Smith, we can go to Mandeville, and we can see there the origins of the invisible hand notion. Why? Well, it's in the title. The title is The Fable of the Bees, Public Virtues, Private Vices, people must just pursue their private vices. They must be greedy and self-seeking and wanting to accumulate and look after themselves. And it will eventually lead to a public virtue, to an outcome that is actually virtuous. What we've been talking about this morning and yesterday. That's what makes me think that in a sense Amos is correct when he says that Adam Smith is very crucial here, because Adam Smith didn't agree with Mandeville. Adam Smith, in the theory of, and I checked it up yesterday because you mentioned the fable of the bees. Adam Smith says that what Mandeville does, he is simply eliminating the distinction between virtue and vice. He's doing what Empedocles does. Empedocles says there's no difference in kind between life and death, and Smith accuses Mandeville of that, saying that he says there's no difference. There's really, he's eliminating that distinction in kind between virtue and vice. And I think he's right, because when you go through the fable of the bees, Mandeville says that people should be vicious, okay? The opposite of virtue is being vicious. People should be vicious, because once they start becoming virtuous, okay, they become goody-do-gooders. But it's all fake behind the scene. They're just caring about themselves, and they pretend to be doing good and caring for everybody else. But in the meantime, it's all, they're really not truthful. And so what Smith says is that is changing the meaning of the word virtue. It's like today, 100 years ago, ambition was considered possibly a vice. Today we say, well, to be ambitious is a virtue. And economics, in a sense, teaches our students that it's good to be self-interested. It's good to be selfish. And so there's a type of shift happening in the way that we are using words. And Adam Smith was clearly not in favor of this approach shown to us by Empedocles and by Mandeville. We see that, of course, happening throughout the history of economic thought, and of course also throughout the history of philosophy. So if you go back to Hobbes, for instance, Hobbes will say that, do I have the quote somewhere? Here we go. We use the words good and evil all the time. I suppose they have some meaning to us. But Hobbes says good and evil are names that signify our appetites and aversions. So it's like if you ask a child what is good, the child will say, well, I like lollipops, it's good. I don't like to be hit, it's bad. And this is the way that Aristotle starts as well in his Nicomachean Ethics. But then Aristotle uses it to change it, to say, well, it's actually a lot more than that. There's something real that adheres to the words good and bad. And it's a matter of defining it. And in this sense, this is where the nominalism comes in that Pascal talked about earlier, and the problem of universal, because that is the realist position represented by Aristotle as opposed to the nominalist position, which we have seen, thanks to Pascal, we've seen that Pareto called himself the most nominalist of nominalists. And so what I'm trying to say is that the modern economics that we've got today, if it is indeed nominalist, it's sort of in that tradition of Heraclitus, of Empedocles. We see it, of course, I'll just give you one or two examples quickly in the history of economic thought. You get Bentham saying that virtue is a byproduct of utility maximization. That sounds very modern, doesn't it? Virtue doesn't really exist. It's just something that we call certain actions. We label them, and that's the expression Karl uses. We label them as virtuous, but really they are just self-maximizing actions performed by the agent. And of course, we know that Pareto, as a nominalist, he engaged with that notion of utility so much, because utility, he wanted to get rid of that expression utility, and he tried to replace it. And I'm sure Pascal can correct me there. He tried to replace it with something called ophemelity. Ophelimity, thank you very much. I struggle with the English words, never mind the
Greek.
The other foreign languages. I've given you a bit of a flavor, sort of, from the perspective of the history of economic thought. I had the good fortune, after having done my honors at Wits and then my master's at Wits University, and Carl being my supervisor at master's level, I then went to the University of Zurich to do my PhD. Now, the University of Zurich at the time was just transforming itself into a hotbed of experimental economics, which it is today, I think. Lots of money. But I also was exposed to law and economics, to new institutional economics. And I say I was fortunate to have gone there because that allowed me to see that, well, much of what Carl says in terms of nominalism and realism, much of that debate between Walras and Pareto, actually one can also find that in other areas of economics. As I mentioned, therefore, things like law and economics, new institutional economics. In the experimental economics, okay, it's a bit like behavioral economics, and of course there's a connection there. Experimental economics is really trying very hard to understand why people behave in a public-spirited manner. Because standard economic theory, the way we define rationality in terms of self-interest, would say that, we had that thanks to Alain yesterday, that people should free ride all the time. But if people are free riding all the time, nobody would ever contribute towards a public good. And at Zurich, they had a room bigger than this, packed with computers, and that's like, how long ago is that? That is like, early 1990s, packed with computers where they had experiments. And I'm not going to give you the experiments now, but I was part of it. And what did it show? It showed that about, on average, people contribute 30% towards a public good. So that free riding isn't complete, but it's only partial. And of course, that's a problem, because it's contrary to what economic theory might predict, standard economic theory. But it's really only a problem because we have defined rationality in one particular way. We've defined rationality in one way. And when we talk about rationality, we've done what Empedocles does to life and death. We change the meaning of it. So that because we've changed the meaning of it, and the meaning of it is now not much more than just utility maximization, and then really we are, in a sense, and I also disagree with Duncan on this, I suppose, we're defining away even the notion of irrationality. Take the paper by Gary Becker on irrationality, sometime in the 1960s, is really saying, well, even irrational behavior is rational. Well, that's because we've defined irrationality in such a way, as we do with many other things. That's why I say it's experimental economics and behavioral economics are solving problems that do not exist in reality. We conjure them into existence because we have twisted the meaning of words in such a way that it becomes a puzzle. But it's not a puzzle to us, in the natural language, to the ordinary natural language users. We use the terms irrationality, as Duncan did, in such a way that it makes perfect sense. It's just that economics can't deal with it. In the same way, we all got something altruistic in us. Again, it's a problem because we have defined the individual in a particular way. And that's actually causing the muddling up of things. trying to finish just in time. So as I was saying, in being exposed to law and economics, new institutional economics, I taught law and economics for many years at Wits University. I taught new institutional economics many years. You can see it come up all the time. What is a firm according to new institutional economics? Does anybody know how they define a firm? It's defined as a nexus of contracts. So it's why contracts? Well, a firm is like, the expression firm is like utility. It's difficult to deal with. But if you reduce a firm to contracts, it is very specific because, there are terms of a contract. There's a price and the deliverables. The same with, you look at this, a paper by Gull and Pesendorf, and Rod gave me the actual reference of that paper. I just had the unpublished version. But they say that choice is synonymous with utility maximization. What are they doing? They are changing the meaning of the terms choice and utility maximization. And of course, they say it's synonymous because they want to say, let's forget about utility maximization. That deals with metaphysical stuff, as Pareto called it. Whereas choice is quantitative. You've got one decision, you buy X quantity at that particular price, and therefore it is a lot easier for economics to deal with. I'll give you further examples. Here's Elster. He says that norms are tools of manipulation. Okay, we follow certain norms. I guess having a conference and how we behave are all part of that. He says they are just tools of manipulation used to dress up self-interest in a more presentable garb. That's more or less what Bentham said 100 years, 200 years nearly earlier. It becomes particularly, it's important. These are important questions. If we used words that we're using in any manner that we like to use them, we're going to hit problems at some point. Many of the things that we use on a daily basis, we make them. And what we make, we can name. We make children, we name our children. We make laptops, call them laptops, as opposed to desktops. But the things that we make, we name according to the purpose for which we've made them. A saw is going to saw. One left. A nail is going to be nailed in. So we name things according to the purpose. But there are some things that we don't make. And then it's more difficult to now just change the word and the meaning of the words that we use in talking about them as we please. I think yesterday Rod made reference to cutting up nature at the joints, and that was Plato. And of course, this approach, this nominalist approach, this approach of Empedocles is such that it is saying there are no joints. There are no joints. It is like when you eat modern potato chips today. What happens? The potato gets pulverized. It's just powder. And then it gets reassembled and reconstituted into potato wedges, into Pringle chips, into slab chips that are fat and short and elegant chips like the French like them. They make real chips that are not pulverized, I hope. So we create, now that we've eliminated all the differences, we are now trying to recreate the reality in a different way. But we know that the reality that we're creating is only just made by terms that are in our mind, they are concepts, and that is why, and that is what Carl, I haven't really talked about Carl at all, but this is like a prelude to what Carl is talking about. Because now, if we want to get back to the reality, and Carl didn't like that word, if we want to get back to the real world, with all these airy-fairy theories and where we use words at our own pleasure, the only way to get back to reality is to look at the data. Okay, we've got to test it. Because the reality, the words that you're using are not expressing anything in the real world, they are our own imaginations and we use them in any way we please. And that's why economics has gone such a quantitative manner, because the theories are just made up of words that don't have an intrinsic meaning, and therefore if we want to see if it corresponds to the reality, we've got to have quantitative analysis. And that is of course what statistics is. Statistics is a manner of handling the individual, and nominalism is the position, at minus I suppose, nominalism is the position that only the individual exists. And I would have plenty more to say. Have I got more to say?
I don't know how much you have to say.
But okay, I can carry on. So I'm going
to continue after lunch, Michael,
yeah.
Because Paul Stevens is being picked up at 2 o'clock.
Okay, so that.
Okay.
So that's it. Well, I might just want one last one. One last one. Surely it's true that the world only exists of individual things. Okay, you don't see. Yes, Chad, I'm getting back at you because yesterday you said, Michael and the Institute and Stones. Well, Chad is I can call him Chad, he won't mind. But I can't say human. I can't name you human, because human is not an individual. Darwin says, this is an astounding quotation from Darwin. Darwin says that species do not exist. Okay, so you are non-human, really, because humans don't exist. And that last point that I want to get to is that, yes, only individuals exist. But that doesn't mean that the theory we employ has to be based entirely on the things that exist. That is already a philosophical decision that precedes the actual analysis. But that is too long a story to get into, so that's it for now.
Shall we take a question or two? Yes. Chat.
Michael, isn't there also a sense in which what we count as individuals is already theory-based? It's already theory-based.
Right, yes.
So, if you consider the normal way of speaking about someone, yes, that's an individual, but scientifically, that individual is composed of different parts of many other things. So what we count as an individual object is also theory-laden.
Now, there are really three levels that I see. You can have meaning either at the level of the words, and let's say that's the approach that Aristotle takes. You can have meaning at the level of the statement, and that's what we economists do. We say, well, statements have to be tested, and only statements are true or false. Then you've got the third level, which says that, well, meaning is only created at the level of theory, and that is the level of theory or paradigm. And that, of course, is the approach of Kuhn, and I guess Deirdre McCloskey would agree with that.
There was a question here. I don't know the name. Sorry.
Thanks, as it happens, I'm kind of a nominalist myself, but you say surely the world sort of comprises only individuals, and that's really challengeable on at least two fronts. The first Chad actually already raised, which is, look, you're assuming mereological nihilism, that you can't have tables. There are only like microscopic particles that make up tables. Tables don't exist, right? Only the parts that make them up. That was kind of Chad's point, I think. But also, you know, a lot of people believe in natural kinds, like electrons, right? Yeah, individual electrons exist, but you know, there's also the natural kind of electrons. Now, I'm a nominalist, so I actually disagree with that view. But to say surely, no, you can't say surely. Like you could argue for that.
As I say, you know, I mean, that was a step, my step towards towards a nominalist, because I don't see myself as a nominalist. Okay, but I would say really that is at that level viewing things, because yesterday we had the problem. Rod had to ask. What was you were asked? You were asked the question. The fact that I am, is that a fact? And he was told, no, it's not a fact. Wasn't that so? I think that's how I recall the exchange. It's not a fact. Well, it's not a fact because we've now created. You know, this is obviously the post-Immanuel Kant position that we can never get to the reality, such as facts, because we are thinking with these, you know, brain-imposed ways of thinking about issues, and therefore, even individuals is already created. Cause and effect is already created.
So, I think we need to stop here, but we do have half an hour that we don't. I mean, that are freeing up in the next session. So. We can start the next session at 2:30. That's right.
That's right.
So we have an hour for lunch. I do have an announcement to make because this lady came here 3 times saying there's a Mercedes with XKX172 parked somewhere where it needs to be removed. But I told her it's probably none of us. So I just want to make sure it's none of us. Okay, great. She seemed to firmly believe it's one of us. Well, thank you.
We are running a little bit late, but I think we'll be okay to make up time. Just to let you know that there are a couple of program changes. Firstly, Jerome will be talking third, so after Nils and Fiseha. And our TPA is a no longer, so we have that flexibility there. So up first, we'd like to call on Prof. Nils Goldschmidt from the University of Siegen. Thank you.
All right, so thank you. So, dear colleagues, this talk will take place due to an accident. Why is that? I'm one of the lucky people who have already been able to participate in the first Mittermeier Symposium. It happened like this. A few years ago, there was a conference here in Johannesburg on Ludwig Lachmann, which I attended. Then, when Michael was preparing the first Mittermeier Symposium, he remembered that someone with gold in his name or in his institution had given an exciting lecture then. He thought that was me and invited me to the first Mittermeier Symposium. Later he realized he actually meant someone else. An accident. So I was able to cheat my way into the first conference and speak to you now as a subsequent error, so to say. Whether now something can be right the second time, which was objectively wrong the first time, I leave to the philosophers in the room to judge. Okay, and now for something completely different, to quote Monty Python once again in this conference. My lecture and my talk today focuses on the work of Karl Mittermeier and his role in commenting on liberal thought and economic and social theory. Mittermeier's work, The Hand Behind the Invisible Hand, which, as you all know, was accepted as his dissertation in 1986 and which was just recently published, followed the analytic philosophy of economics, which was originally considered in the 1970s for his doctoral degree. My remarks today are focused on these writings, and I want to suggest that in spite of the completion of this project 36 years ago, Mittermeier can actually be seen as a forerunner to intellectual controversies that are quite topical today. The central thesis of Mittermeier's work, in my opinion, his work, The Hand Behind the Invisible Hand, is that there is a tension between pragmatic and dogmatic perspective on economic liberalism overall and the market order in particular. Tracing the intellectual development of liberalism in broad strokes since Adam Smith, he views the pragmatic-dogmatic binary as a form of a categorization through which we might distinguish different views and justification for free markets and quotation marks. This distinction does not suggest that one side, dogmatics, purport the features of the liberal creed must simply and necessarily be taken on faith, while the other, the pragmatists, are solely concerned with the viable application of principles in the world as we inhabit it. Neither approach can be reduced to such simplified descriptions. But it does suggest that there are differences in the genesis of liberal perspectives on markets. Mittermeier identifies a mantra among those he calls dogmatists as broadly adhering to the perspective that one only need to, quotation, keep the government out of economic affairs and all else will fall into place of its own accord without the deliberate efforts of anyone, quotation ends. To pragmatists, on the other hand, Mittermeier ascribes the view that, quotation, it may not be at all obvious that market order would then come about automatically in the absence of governmental interference, quotation ends. That Mittermeier felt solidarity with and endorsed intellectual views of this latter group will not come to a surprise to this audience. While this question and other related questions did not originate with Mittermeier, he was indeed ahead of his time in grasping some of these tensions inherent to liberalism. I wish to make 3 short points in my presentation. First, that there is much common ground between Mittermeier's pragmatism and the Ordnungsökonomik, order liberalism, of Walter Eugen, the famous Freiburg economist who was the intellectual forerunner for the social market economy in Germany. Second, that in interpreting Hayekian liberalism, Mittermeier provided insights more than 30 years ago that are just now being discovered again. And third, that Mittermeier's works also serve as a starting point for contemporary research in what I call contextual economics. First, it is somewhat ironic because whereas followers of the German ordoliberalism have recently been accused of dogmatism in their insistence on particular economic principles, so Andreas mentioned it earlier this day, especially as concerns policy of austerity within the European Union, Mittermeier actually refers to Eugen, to Walter Eugen, one of the school's founders, as a free market pragmatist. Yet Mittermeier understood Eugen's thought remarkably well, so in my opinion, and I did some research on Walter Eugen, justifiably drawing on and interpreting his work in line with the position he supports and identifies as pragmatic. This is also more surprising because Eugen himself is often regarded as inflexibly rigid in his perspectives on political economy. So some of you might know that in Eugen's work there's a lot about constitutive and regulative principles in his posthum published work, Grundsätze der Wirtschaftspolitik. So there has these principles in it. And there's often a misinterpretation that these principles are rigid. So if you really look very intensive on that, you will see that these principles are not principles as we understood it normally, but it will be a different story and more stuff for the history of economic thought. Yet, Mittermeier is full of praise for Eugens, and I'm happy about this because I'm an Eugen guy too. So Eugens' insistence that the economic system is not self-regulating implied that the dogmatic approach, to use Mittermeier's terminology, was not sufficient. Eugen notes, quotation, "The fact that the price system in the laissez-faire period was not in perfect running order does not mean that the price system is quite incapable of governing the economic process. What experience of laissez-faire goes to prove is that the economic system cannot be left to organize itself. So there is no question of any return to laissez-faire." So that's Eugen's position. No return to laissez-faire, but the problem of laissez-faire was not that there is a price system, but it was not governed by a sort of an order. And when we replace Eugen's use of the term laissez-faire with Mittermeier's use of the term dogmatism, we quickly come to see the shared spirit between the two thinkers. Indeed, Mittermeier's perspective corresponds quite closely to Eugen's view, as he writes, so quotation Mittermeier, that the market economy is an artifice which has to be promoted deliberately is a pragmatic standpoint supported throughout this study. So, yeah, he's an Eugen-man, Mittermeier, in a way, perhaps, so that's my opinion. In contrast to the dogmatic or laissez-faire approach proclaimed by Mittermeier and Eugen, respectively, the state does take on an active role. Mittermeier correctly identifies the importance that economic power took on for Eugen, as well as the role of the state to develop a functioning, humane societal order. This does not exist on its own, it must be created and maintained. So the economic system is something which must be created and maintained. Competition is a task. So it's not something natural, but it's a task and it must be maintained by order. In this sense, both order liberalism as well as the concept of the social market economy strives for an order of the community, the goal of which is to provide everyone with equal opportunities beyond class barriers. So that reminds me a little bit was Pascal was talking this morning about Valois. So you need, as a starting point, a way how you can deal with equal opportunities when you're going to establish a functioning market economy. In this sense, you all know him, Ludwig Erhard, so the first Minister of Economic Affairs in Germany. So Ludwig Erhard's prosperity through competition, so Wohlstand für alle, is not only be understood as a mere consumerism, so it's not only about prosperity, but rather a project of political distribution that should enable, the first thing, people to partake in the economic and societal accomplishments of the modern age. So the starting point is the idea of order liberalism as well as the social market economies is that you enable people first so that they could take place in a market economy, so that they can bring in their efforts and their ideas and their creativity. So that is the idea, that you need some sort of order that makes this could enable. In his idea of an irenic formula, derived from the Greek expression eirene, peace, Alfred Müller-Amack, who coined the term of the social market economy exactly 75 years ago, also demands the reconciliation of economic efficiency. So Amos talked a little bit about economic efficiency, or there is perhaps not economic efficiency, but they were convinced there must be something like a reconciliation about economic efficiency and the social will, which at the same time has to be based on a reconciliation of diverging moral claims prevalent in a society. So the idea is not only that there must be something like an open society or an inclusive society, which gives the people the chance to be part of this society and the economic system, but also we have to accept that there are different convictions within a society, and it's not the the aim of a society to have a consensus on all issues, but that you have good compromises. That is the meaning of the ironic formula of the social market economy, the idea of reconciliation. So you need some sort of reconciliation. You can tell it in modern terms like social cohesion. You need some social cohesion for good economic performance. We need a sort of economic performance for social cohesion. So that is the whole idea, in my opinion, of the social market economy and the idea of the order liberalism, that you bring, that you bound together these both ideas. So in order to achieve this goal, the concept must be open for further developments and therefore pragmatic. So if you read Alfred Müller-Arndt, for example, so he always says the social market economy is an evolving concept. So if the circumstances change, you have to change the social market economy. So as I said, it's not about strict principles, but there are some benchmarks, but you have to evolve the economic order when the circumstances are altering. I believe strongly that this is linked to what I wish to call the economics of reconciliation. So some sort of research project I just started on, the economics of reconciliation. If, as economics, we take seriously that the economy is an integral part of society, and I think that's obvious, and that is not merely a subsystem which is distinct from broader society and can be analyzed independently of broader society, that has implication for economics potential. Contained within it, there is an alternative approach, even a diametrically opposed view, to the famously invoked alienation thesis of markets. Market society has the potential to reconcile divergent claims in society. It has the potential to contribute to a peacemaking agenda within societies. Again, this implies, of course, that we don't equate market society with a laissez-faire order, but rather that we emphasize that the manifold ways in which economic policy has the potential to address questions of societal participation and issues relating to identity and fostering these. Perhaps this is even more pronounced in settings, and the promise of reconciliation is greater in contexts in which entire segments of society have been disenfranchised historically. Perhaps, but I'm not an expert on this, this is particularly pertinent for the case of South Africa. So I think there might be a potential of these ideas of the economics of reconciliation, which could be linked back to the social market economy on the one hand, but as well on the pragmatic view of Mittermeier and his ideas on economic order. Second, a brief remark on Mittermeier's understanding of Hayek. Mittermeier's reading of Hayek must be conceived as one of the curiosities, albeit an interesting and ultimately rewarding one, of the book The Hand Behind the Invisible Hand. Trying to locate Hayek on the pragmatism-dogmatism spectrum, Mittermeier seems to conclude that Hayek's late works about the role of cultural evolution and the transmission of norms and mores, in particular, display large degrees of free market dogmatism. Indeed, when Hayek emphasized the advantageousness of cultural transmitted rules and institutions, many scientists raised the critique that he had committed a naturalistic fallacy. So we can discuss it, but yeah, there is something in that there is some sort of a naturalistic fallacy in Hayek. Especially at the end of the 1990s and in the early 2000s, this was discussed in great detail. Mittermeier's analysis of the Hayekian account of cultural evolution might certainly be correct. We would, however, not note that his repudiation of Hayek as a potential pragmatist is somewhat overblown, in my opinion. Apart from reference to Hayek's more pragmatic-like works, a comparison between Huygens and Hayek's views might also help to clarify this issue further. As I have shown elsewhere, the two authors were extremely close, not only as friends and colleagues, but also in their suggestion for an economic policy. When Mittermeier traces out certain dogmatic elements in Hayek vis-à-vis the thoroughly pragmatic Huygens, we must not forget that he is thereby addressing nuances between two variants of liberalism, which, at the time, that is important, at the time, could only be rudimentarily distinguished from one another, with the only significant difference with respect to economic policy being the question of the state's role in preventing, destroying, or regulating monopolies and cartels. The question of the economic order and the state's responsibility in bringing about the conditions under which economic activity can take place is certainly another difference, though it is not one that was especially pronounced during Eugen's lifetime. Moreover, it should not be forgotten that both Mittermeier and Hayek fundamentally share a vision of order and of rejecting a mechanistic, so yeah, it was quoted already by Bill, a mechanistic understanding of the economy, which becomes abundantly clear in Mittermeier's criticism in the analytical philosophy of economics, in which the economist is a mere observer. Only one sentence on Mittermeier's interpretation of Buchanan. Immediately following the passages on Eugen in his dissertation, Mittermeier references Buchanan, so Alain will better know than me, noting that the public choice theory quotation should become more normative, not in the sense that it discusses ad hoc measures and states, but that it expresses opinion of process or procedure. It means on the rules of conduct in public administration. Quotation ends. Yet again, Mittermeier's discussion anticipates a controversy that has been carried out by Norman Berry, among others, between an end state and procedural liberalism, in other words, between means and ends. He also highlights the proximity between Eugen and Buchanan, which Buchanan himself discovered towards the end of his career and which was systematically examined by Victor van der. My final and my third point. I've just outlined the manner in which Mittermeier understood and interpreted Eugen correctly. But Mittermeier's genius is not captured as much by his conception of Eugen. Rather, he can be seen as a forerunner of what in Germany is called Neue Ordnungsökonomik, and what we refer to in English as contextual economics. It is particularly Mittermeier's focus on institutions and their importance for societal orders that makes him a pioneer in this field, so I'm really convinced about that. Contextual economics, so we discussed it already at lunch a lot. Contextual economics is concerned with the relationship between the economic sphere and the wider social system. In this sense, it is opposed to isolating economics, which concentrates on the processing operating exclusively within the economic system. So contextual economics is the opposite of an isolating economics, which only looks on the economic process, only on the narrow economic system, which only looks on the rules within the economic system. Especially in times of vast social, environmental, and ecological change, political realignments, financial crisis, increasing inequality, and ever faster methods of communication, processes of transformation are particularly observable and impactful. So my argument is that we're living in a time, and Alain argued in this way again and again on this conference, we're living in a time of changes, of rapid changes, and therefore it becomes more and more important that we're focusing on the context of the things which are happening around the economic system, and we examine very carefully what is the impact of these changes in the context for understanding economic processes and for the outcomes of the economic processes. So I think that having contextual economics is in a way an economics of transformation. So therefore I think we have to keep in mind these aspects of the context. That empirical investigation and theoretical approaches must be equipped to take into account these changes lies at the heart of the research focus of contextual economics, as I just tried to explain. It should thus also be no surprise that interest in contextual economics arose with the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the end of socialism, and cognizance of the failure of the transplantation of Anglo-Saxon and continental European concepts of market economies to other societies. Contextual economics thus takes societal embeddedness seriously, typically taking on an institutionalist bent. It is precisely here that Mittermeier's insight proved persistent, especially when we consider economic transformation in Eastern Europe and Eurasia. Mittermeier's calls that, quotation, knowledge of institution may at least enable us to gain a reasonable understanding of what economic order there may be in various parts of the world is important. Quotation ends 2 words before. Moreover, returning to his discussions of pragmatic versus dogmatic perspectives on free markets and the state of theory in economics, we should be reminded that when an understanding of institution is required to grasp particular social phenomena, disregarding their impact only leads to faulty understandings of the challenges at hand. Mittermeier warns against exactly this type of taking institution for granted, arguing forcefully in the hand behind the invisible hand. Quotation, it's a longer one. It is as though market relations are inherent in nature, as though natural laws governs mutual impingement, or as though spontaneous evolution, if allowed to run its course, may always be counted onto creative those unique economic relations among individuals which constitute the natural market order. A theory which takes the existence of the market mechanism for granted can hardly be a guide of promoting market order. I think that's a really thrilling sentence. A theory which takes the existence of the market mechanism for granted can hardly be a guide of promoting market order. So if you want to talk about market orders, we need a theory about the context, or we have to at least to take serious on discussing on the context. We detect similar sentiments even earlier in the analytical philosophy of economics, where he highlights not only the importance of institutions in the beginning of the book, in chapter 2 especially, but in which he calls implicitly for a broad societal approach to studying economic phenomena. He is skeptical of narrow understandings of economics, noting that, quotation, a single discipline which does justice both to the logic of economic relations and to empirical accounts of the institution framework remained an elusive ideal. So in a way that reminds me, and we discussed it also, Pascal, it's the Lange, so on Pareto, so that you have to go a step further. If you want to understand the whole scene, you have to go into sociology, you have to go in different disciplines to understand better the context and the interplay between economy and society. And Mittermeier goes further, and his interest is ultimately in a quotation integration of theory and institutional fact. It is about developing a theoretical approach, but doing so in a way that examines institution in contextual ways. I conclude. Particularly, the third point marks the genius of Karl Mittermeier. That he, for me, so he's a genius in a manifold way, but for me, that's because I'm doing contextual research, and always when I find someone who supports my position, so he must be a genius. That he had come to realize, Mittermeier, what is just now being acknowledged within the contextual economics field, and that he had come to these insights before the period of increased transformation of the 1990s and the 2000s, which led to the growth on the subfield, makes Mittermeier a forerunner of a highly relevant contemporary area of research. Allow me to finish by citing from the introduction of Mittermeier's dissertation, in which he combines facets of alte, old, and neue, new, Ordnungsökonomik, ordoliberalism. Discussing both the role of the state in the free market and the contingent nature of societal arrangements, he states the following, quotation, "There are certain arrangements of society, perhaps an indefinite number of possible ones, under which markets flourish. Because such an arrangement of society constrains individuals, it can take the place of the very visible hand of an authority with discretionary powers and constitute an invisible hand by which man and woman are led to promote the general well-being, so it was no part of their intentions to do so." So on the one hand, I think there's a very, very important insight in the beginning that they say there are certain arrangements of society, perhaps an indefinite number of arrangements under which markets could flourish. So if you remind on the works of Arthur and Robinson, or even on Northwell and Weingast, there's always the argumentation of doorstep condition and all these things which are inevitable for a market. So I think Mittermeier is right. There are a lot of different possibilities how societies could be arranged and combined with markets and a market order. And on the other hand, he makes clear that the market order itself is perhaps an outcome of the interrelation between individuals, but not necessarily an outcome of their intention in the way they interact in regard to this market order. So not only is this allusion to Adam Smith particularly on the point and timely in its criticism of an anarcho-libertarian thought that is willing to jettison the constructive formative power of the state. It also rephrases Smith's message, offering a combination of his acknowledgement with contemporary research that highlights societal embeddedness as a vitally important in social affairs. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nils. Can we take some questions from the floor? Would you like to go first, Amos?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. It's very interesting. But I'm slightly sort of, I wouldn't say puzzled, but it's a strange thing for me. You know, you're talking with excitement, duly so, of course, about contextual economics, and to me, it's just political economy. So what actually happened, and that's actually the sales story, is that what you're describing as contextual economic has been political economy. All the classical economists wrote about economics within the context of politics and sociology. And the issue was, how does this context affect economic analysis? And that went all the way to Walras. Even Walras, in his weird way, thought like this. Then we landed with economics, which was perhaps this idea that everything can be explained by, within economics. And the worst thing was the re-emergence of political economy, which is the equivalent of economics imperialism. Namely, now you explain everything using economic analysis. But so contextual economics is actually a revival of real political economy. But then there is a big question, pertaining also to Pareto. When you do contextual economics, do you revise your economic analysis? Or do you, a la Pareto, say, there is an economic analysis, but there are things around it we have to think about, and we can think about the relationship, but the economic analysis stays as it is? That is the question.
Of course, a very good question. Perhaps first of all, you're quite right. So contextual economics is nothing new. It's political economy in a way. So
no, the old political economy.
The old political economy, and in a way, it's always an economics of transformation. So if you think about Adam Smith, it was the political economy of industrialization. Gustav Schmoller was the economics of industrialization in Germany, and so on and so on. So always, if you realize that there's something going on in the context, in society, you have to change your economic understanding as well. That is the advantage of any form of political economy. So in this way. So as you already mentioned, so I did some research on Schmoller, in the last years. So Schmoller always said, so it was one of the many faults, but to rename political economy to economics, so Volkswirtschaftslehre to Ökonomik or something like that. So, and there you're absolutely right. On the other hand, so what was again the question?
No, the question. But Schmoller, I think, is slightly different because he would think that everything is related in the sense that you cannot separate. I'm not necessarily saying you can't separate, but there's a big difference by saying, yes, there is economics, but there is underlying other factors that influence the economic analysis. So it's not necessarily because you can't have economics as a separate discipline, but the question is, how do the other disciplines affect economic analysis?
So first of all, but we can't do Schmoller exegesis now, but I would not agree that everything is connected with everything. Well, so Schmoller is much more clear what he's doing than always stated, but that's a different story. But so I think what is different nowadays, and we just yesterday talked a little bit about that when we talked about ante and post facts, that nowadays we have to realize that the economy is in a way a system. So in the Luhmannian sense, so, and therefore there is something like a specific economic sense, like some systematically thing which going on. So the role prices plays, it has something like a systematic, and now that we have to acknowledge that there is something like an economic system, but by alteration in the context, the system is challenged, and I think how the system is challenged could not be solved by looking on the economic system alone, but we have to understand what's going on as a sociology, in the sociology, and so on and so on. So it's more close to Walras and to Pareto, in my opinion.
Thank you. I think Melissa was next.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that was very instructive. I am wondering how these two things, so the idea of analyzing the system as a mechanism, why is that in opposition to this idea of a contextual economics, if I understood correctly? Right, so this is something that you discarded, or that Mittermeier would discard, and this mechanistic view. And I'm wondering why those things are in opposition, why having a view of contextual economics would prevent you from analyzing this in a mechanistic way.
I think, yeah, very good question. So it's related to what I'm just said.
Yes.
So in a way, yeah, we have systematically structures, understanding of economic system. I thought it's not a mechanistic system, so then it's really, as I said, in the Luhmannian sense, it's a system which evolves by itself, and it has its logic, but it's not mechanistic, so it's that everything is already determined in the beginning. But the system in Luhmannian sense is something which evolves slowly. We discussed it yesterday, that it's a slow process, so it's slow-moving facts within the system. But the problem is that when the context altered rapidly, you have to understand how the interplay is between the economic system and the context. And therefore I think it's necessary that you have to understand the context, and that the context has relevant is due to the fact that the economic system is not a mechanistic one, so a determined system, but someone which evolves slowly but by its own logic. So therefore you have to find out where are some interfaces that we talked today between the development of the economic system and the institution, how they affect the economic system, the evolving of new institution, and how the imposing of new formal institution can affect the economic system. And so I think it's not that far away from a mechanistic view, but in a way it's something totally different. So it's same but different, to put it in that way, because if you understand that the economic system is involving itself and different to Luhmann, it has an intersection with the context, then we can understand better what's going on. But yeah, so there is something stored, so in a way of a mechanistic thinking, but I think we have to overcome that as a determined understanding of economic processes. Was it? No? Okay.
Yeah. Can I put a question? I hope I put it correctly. We think of the economy as a sort of module, if you like, and then have this thing around it, and it's a thing around it that means that we have to keep rethinking what's happening within the module. But even that is, I think, being challenged by the speed with which things are happening now, so that you could think of us as being something situated within an overall framework. But unfortunately, the framework now seems to change even more rapidly than the economy itself. So that's my first question is, to what extent does the context become faster and even more complicated than the thing that we're examining within it? And then my second question is, all the time we have references to market power, or does the market system work here? Is it efficient? The price system? But all of those depend on understanding how markets actually work. And I have the feeling that most of the people who speak about markets never went on markets, never looked at the fact that market rules are different, and that the notion of market is still something abstract, and it shouldn't be. We should be down on the ground looking at how markets work. And that's a problem with excuse to Pascal, with both Valras and Pareto in some sense. They didn't actually spend a lot of time looking at specific markets. And so those are my two questions, okay? Yeah. One is the speed at which the environment's changing, and the other is, what is our notion of a market? When we talk about a market system, it's always, you know, and then we say, well, that's something we know about, but we don't know about, I think.
So, up to your first question. So I think, first of all, it's important to realize that there are different so that the context and the economic system evolve in a different way and with different Geschwindigkeit, speeds with different speed. And you have to keep in mind this, that there could be different speeds. So if you, for example, look on the financial markets in the 1990s, we had the problem that the economic system evolves in with such a speed so that the institutional frameworks can't keep up with that. That was one of the problems which leads to the financial crisis in a way. Nowadays we have the situation that the context is changing so rapidly, there has so much speed in it. So if you look on digitalization or what's going on with war against Ukraine, so that the economic system is too slow to adapt. So one of the problems and of the friction which has effect to the society and the individuals who are living in society is the difference of the speed of the context and the economic system. And if you look back in the history, I think, and that might be an answer to Arms as well, is that in the time between 1950s and the end of the 1980s, we had a time where the context and the economic process evolved with a similar speed. Right. And therefore, it was easy to establish an economic theory which, in a way was static. And that is one of the problems. It's become predominant because the world was, in a way, so there was enough crisis, but in a way it was more stable, or the speed of both systems goes up in the same way. And what we learned at the end of the 1990s, that the world is a world of different speeds and of different alteration, and it's not easy to keep up both systems in a similar way. So that might be an answer to the first question. And the second point, you're totally right. So that is something we learned yesterday from Melissa, that necessarily we have to look more specific what's going on in specific markets. So there is not the market and the price, but there are not. So the market of digitalization is something totally different than the market of underwear. So obviously, and then you have to keep in mind the institution for these specific markets and the development in these markets, and definitely. So you're quite right. But the logic, coming back to your first question, is the same. It's about different speeds in different spheres of economics and society, of economy and society.
Thanks.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Fiseha Moreda from Addis Ababa University.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Isabella and the organizer, Dr. Michael, for facilitating this opportunity for me to present my idea about critical realism and its promise for African development in the frontiers of global capitalism. So, my point is more of revolved around the ontological aspects most of the time, which is neglected in the discussion of economics or development. So, in the conduct of scientific research, the action of researchers are guided by their own systematic belief. This might be scientific or unscientific, and they generate and interpret knowledge claims about reality. So this system of belief or paradigm has its own defined ways in terms of 3 sets of questions involving the 3 important things, which are ontology, epistemology, and methodology. So ontology defines a research framework with while epistemology determines the research question that we'll need to answer together, ontology and epistemology, including with methodology, from an all-encompassing system of interrelated practice and thinking that defines the nature of research. So most of the time when we see development research, mainstream research in development has been conducted primarily under 2 philosophical paradigms, which are known as positivism and interpretivism. Positivism in a sense, which is more a focus on deductivism, and falsification, justifiability, and other things are there. And interpretivism is trying to search meanings that are situated in a subjective manner. So the practice of economic development most of the time is informed by applied science. There is an applied term and their underlying philosophical paradigm, most of the time modernization, dependency, Marxism, and other things, and they do have also their own specific assumptions. Statistical, economics, econometrics, modeling, others are very much dominant. So due to this, the African development and development policy making is most of the time informed by this applied term or applied science, which is particularly impacted by the field of development and gave the right to supremacy of an applied development in microeconomics. So, for example, there is modernization, particularly when you come to Africa. Modernization is in some context equivalent with Westernization. So most of the 1960s development policy implemented are more of a kind of emulation of the West based on their recommendation. So the applied turned strings from the 1980s onwards by increasing dominance of international financial institutions and donors in the shaping development of paradigm and policies. For example, if we see structural adjustment and other things, we can see kind of dominancy in terms of such kind of issues. Thus, a positivist paradigm that calls for objectivity and deductive reasoning towards logical conclusion has been the default philosophy in the practice of development, particularly in Africa. And the Western views and understanding of the African remain firmly rooted in the colonial scripted image of the African backwardness, primitivism, and rationality a basis in describing the African underdevelopment. So it shall be argued that this leads to an impoverished understanding of development in Africa and only serves to keep African countries within the Western sphere of influence. So I believe that such kind of influence ignore the human values of freedom and emancipation that would be central to any valid conception of development in Africa. Therefore, I argue that Africa development paradigm has been inverted, defined, and through various empirical and colonial discourses. For example, Mudebe tried to raise about a question whether it is accurate or not, and he explained the colonialist agenda engaging in this enterprise that has today turned Africa into a dependent and unproductive continent. So, given this old situation, critical realism is an approach that merits attention from African philosophers, and a critical social science research is very important because it is provocative approach to establish school of thought in Western philosophy, has been controversial and has reached philosophical. So I try to use the Roy Bashkar critical realism or adopt this one because the critique of positivism by developing a theory of philosophical discourse and ideology on the basis of the transcendental realism and critical naturalism. So in critical realism terms, mainstream economics does not possess an adequate ontological of Africa. So most of the time things are concentrated in terms of epistemological debate. So the ontological aspect in Africa, I believe that is not addressed because a lot of developmental policies were implemented, or we can say that prescribed, but still we are, for example, I think the independence since independence, which means 1960 up to now, we are still struggling to come out of the vicious circle of poverty. So this paper used the Bashkar work, that is radical reformulation of foundational concept in philosophy. So in this paper, I try to outline the principal argument just for sake of one, to increase awareness amongst African social science researchers and to enrich a kind of or provocated a debate regarding Africa, instead of, in a sense, instead of engaging in unnecessary dialogue in the Western Afrocentric concept, we should come out of, or we should have to bring a kind of an alternative idea that can make Africa develop. So to have a dialogue that engages constructively with the theory and practice of development. So if this is the point, before we proceed to the other point, let me just first clarify what's critical realism and philosophy of science. As I said earlier, positivism is the dominant philosophical paradigm in social science in comparison to others such as interpretivism, critical theory, and critical realism. So between these two extremes, there are several schools of thoughts emerged in the forms of heterodox or others such as critical theory, social constructivism, and critical realism, each of them with different emphasis. So critical realism is often presented here as a meta-critique of positivism, as an ideology. In fact, it is under-labored, but in the near future, I think it will come as an approach or a theory. So there are other theories that are classified as heterodox economics and are marginal to most of the time mainstream economics. I think in the yesterday discussion, we have been experiencing such kind of issues. So critical realism is by now a broad, internally consistent philosophical system that tries to attempt to transcend of various dualisms such as objective, subjective, positivism, interpretivism, division in philosophy of science that most physical and social science take for granted. So contemporary critical realists assume that the theories generated by conduct of scientific research must revolve around the independent reality, which means should have to give a reality that goes beyond the observable or testable or experienced one that comprises the world, even though humans are usually unable to fully understand or observe this reality, and that our knowledge of reality is always fallible. So Pascal agreed with this description of critical realism as, in fact, he is ontologically bold but cautious of epistemological aspects. So in his discussion, he tried to divide the natural world and social world. This one. So in his discussion, there are two things, intransitive and transitive. So he believed that the intransitive cannot be reduced at the sake of observable reality. So in terms of nature, he tried to say that it is more of experimental control, which means in essence there are closure. Then if there is a closure, we can predict But when it comes to the social world, it is too different. We only explore because the society we are living is in open system. So what we are going to do is not predict, but explain unevents or causality. So these are the points he tried to discuss in terms of these two things. So what are the controversies, assumptions, and theories about social world we investigate? So according to him, the social reality is stratified. In a sense, it is deep, open, and complex system. As we discussed earlier, we are living in a complex system where there are also independent realities. So realities are stratified. In a sense, we are not living in an ontologically flat, but we are living in a deep world. So there are levels of reality. Data, for example, he called them the empirical, the actual, and the real. So most of the time we are observing or testing or experiencing the first one, which is known as the empirical one, but the others are deep-rooted but still unexplored, but they do have their own influence in the empirical world. So stratified is not flat but deep. So there are three levels of reality. I will discuss them later. The other is open system. Social world is multi-determined, so we cannot accurately predict events but explain them. So most of the time, instead of predicting, I think we put scenario, then explain. So closure is not possible in the social world. The other is we are living in a complex system, so there are emergencies. So what the role of social science, I think, need to be is addressing these emergencies in the interplay between economics, development, and the human world. So we cannot rely on empirical data to answer a research question, because the world is more than that what we catch in the eye. So the world is much more than what we know at a given point in a time. So we have multiple causalities, and we do not know accurately these cores which counter the others, or which reinforce or which cancel over it. So we are living in multitude or multitude system. So there are different emergent issues there. So he tried to explain stratified reality in terms of this one. So so here I try to bring the tip of the iceberg as a good example for this explanation. So I think instead of focusing on the empirical one, I think better to focus on the real. As you see from the tip of the iceberg, most of the reality aspects are deep under the sea. So in a positivist tradition, what we are trying to observe is only what we see, but deep down there are a lot. For example, this in the underneath, it may state for a million times or more than that, but we can't explain what makes this mass strong than the other. So such kind of metaphor is, I think, important. So empirical is the experience we can capture through our senses and perceptions, and there are also actual aspects in some contexts we can address, but still they are underneath. So the events that happen but are not necessarily observable, but when we come to the real one, they are generating mechanisms or causal powers that are responsible of the outcome that is observed. So most of the time in epistemological debate, we have been in some context forgetting to incorporate what is important in our discussion. So we cannot rely on empirical data to answer our question, because the world is more than that what we observe, what we perceive and what at a given point in time. So the empirical give us an avenue to access the real, but only when the former is guided by theory. Here I'm not going to criticize the positivist tradition, but theories do have their own strengths and weakness. So most of the time, in fact, we are living in a changing world. So some theories might be incapable of, I think, understanding some issues because there are multitude of factors. So to access, but only when the former is guided by theory. So the goal of science is the identification of theories of things, entities, agents, and their causal power. So this is so we cannot limit enclosure. There are multiple causalities that we are looking for. These multiple causes that are responsible for the event that we are investigating, and human beings are themselves, or we are in open system. So there are structures and generative structure which cause another events. So as you see from the slide, the world is in open system. So we cannot do a neat experiment in social science world or in social world, because it is a causal network of interacting forces counteracting and reinforcing each other. So we are in an open system, and we are capable of communication, creativity, resistance, but there is always the possibility of something new opening, and this I think is an evidence. So multiple causality instead of causal laws. Instead of A to A cause B, I think the better to see the world is there are multiple causalities. Human beings are themselves open system capable of communication, creativity, and resistance. Look this picture. This is a flock of birds. So I think emergence refers to the properties that arise when parts of a whole are organized in a particular way. So an emergent entity is constituted by these parts, how they are arranged in relation to one another, and the unique properties of whole holds due to the arrangement of the parts. So we cannot deny such kind of factors. So the aim of the social science, I think, should be or need to discover these emergent properties. There are different entities, agents, structure, and their emergence, generative power, or mechanism are the object of social science. Conceptually, mechanisms are nothing other than a way of acting of things. Mechanisms are inherent to physical and social structure, enabling or limiting what can happen within a given context. So, okay. Let's come to the Africa context. What the African scholarship has been doing regarding such kind of, it may be for refuting or in modifying or in changing such kind of issues. So philosophy and social scholarship is, in Africa is important when we discuss about such kind of issues. African philosophy is the name of an emergent and still developing fields of idea and idea space, intellectual endeavors, discourse and discursive network within and beyond academic philosophy. Huntuji, the Afro-Latino, try to define this philosophical aspect as a set of text, specifically the set of text written by African and described as philosophical by the authors themselves. In fact, I believe that there is no unified metaphysical existence. Truth is dispersed everywhere. So what our sometimes I think making rationality as a continental aspect is by itself is or has its own weakness. So various characterization has been given or suggested. New, for example, they call them as ethnophilosophy, excavationist, professional, and other things. So they tried their best to give a solution for such kind of understanding about Africa. So Afropolitanism emerged to dissenters or de-essentialize and valorize the continent, which means they want to detach rationality with continental aspect. So Africa, they try to say that Africa is a continent and not a philosophy or a system of value. So they try to search for African philosophy. They criticize the Afrocentrists as if they are searching for philosophy, and their idea is valuable from Eurocentric viewpoint because they reinforce the European stereotypes. Therefore, intellectual freedom presupposes and demythologize of the idea of Africa. So the Afro-Latinism, especially the Mudembes, the Mudembe, Achelimembe, believe that intellectual freedom presupposes demythologizing of the idea of Africa. They believe that there should be a responsible subject, liberating the future by giving back the individual his or her right and responsibility. So they believe that plurality is very important in their discussion. So currently, one size fits all, or the basket case cannot work in the frontiers of global capitalism because the Chinese are here in Africa. Most of the time, Africa becomes the battleground for these competing powers. And the West's moral authority to dictate economic and development policy was or has been eroded by the failure of, for example, structural adjustment in most part of the Africa, the East Asia crisis, even the recent COVID-19. We can also add the Russia-Ukraine war, which gives us a new perspective for development. So emerging global powers such as China, Russia, India, and Brazil signal a new multipolar world with more complicated international relations. So under this transitional condition, Africa scholars have the opportunity to seize the moment and reformulate or come up with a possible idea or understanding that meet African contemporary needs, which means instead of engaging in a categorical European-African debate, I think what is important here in Africa is bringing an alternative idea or theoretical framework that can satisfy the need of their society. So, what are the implications of ontological depths? Especially, what is the implication of this critical realism for Africa? The first implication is philosophical implication. There is reality beyond experience, so we should have to acknowledge this one. So we should have to search for this reality that goes beyond actual events. So reality is not necessarily how it happens to us. Reality contains entities with causality power, even if they are not triggered by. So when conducting research, I think we need to consider these important issues. The other is practical implication, especially in terms of methodology. Research design, what methodology methods are used to collect the data need to be sufficient to address the level of the real. Because the Roy Bhaskar claimed that we should have to, I think, see different kinds of reality in order to sufficiently address the level of the real. So methodology, in a sense, multiple methodology, multiple engagement, multiple investigators, and other are, he call it retroduction. So it's important to ask what is the nature of object of investigation, what is made of, what are the constituent of parts, what are the constituent of part and constituent of part. So you do not go look for something that does not exist, and so you do not ignore the full reality of the world. When I said ontological reality, we are not going too far. That is beyond our capacity, but it doesn't mean that we are going to ignore the reality of the world. So if you set off with a bad theory of ontology, you are really risking that you'll end up with enough project that ignore or mismatch the reality. So my conclusion is that critical realism for African audience, especially philosophers and social scientists concerned with social and economic development, sufficiently critical of Western modernity. For example, in Ethiopia, most of the time we brag that we are not colonized, but most of our theoretical frameworks are post-colonial discourses, which is contradictory. So we should have to see the actual aspect. So recent experience from this series of global crisis, I think, has been giving us a lesson. So today world is rapidly changing, so we should have to, I think, change or not change, but when we discussed yesterday, we have said that we can modify. So modifying is very important because we are living in a changing world. So CR in development policy give us this all lesson. So here is a picture I'm going to show you. Assume that the elephant is Africa, and the people who are surrounding us terrorists, or we can consider it as a theory. So this is the Africa problem. Most of the time, we have been importing a theory instead of contextualizing it in our specific manner, but we try to implement it as it is, and it's going to be failed. So this is all about my presentation. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions? I see one question at the back from Chad.
My first question is just for all candidates. So at the beginning you set up positivism as the villain. Okay, so you say it's because of positivism that we have a debased understanding of development and what it means. And for you, positivism means objectivity and a certain form of deductive reasoning. Now, what I didn't see in the talk was why that becomes the villain. How does that lead to a faulty understanding of development in Africa?
Would you clarify? I'm not clear with that.
So why is positivism the problem in the first place?
I'm not saying that positivism is solely a problem for economic discourse, but there are realities that are not still addressed. But when we see the positivist school of thought is more of deductivist, is more of a Popperian, which means falsification or other thing need to be there. So what I'm saying that is positivism is in fact is important, but there are realities that are not addressed or approached by others or by the positivist school of thought. So what we need is, I think, multitude of theories. We are not confined ourselves in terms of one theory or the positivist paradigm, but let's bring alternative theories that can understand the reality. I think someone in the earlier presentation said that science is all about getting closer to the reality. So that's what I want to say in my discussion.
Thanks. Another question here?
Thanks very much. I have really two questions for you. When you talked about emergence, you talked about the components that would appear and so forth. But for me, emergence is really the property of interaction of the different parts. An emergent property is something that you see up here, but you wouldn't get from looking at the individual bits.
Yeah.
So emergent things I think of more as being phenomena that appear at the aggregate level because of the interaction between the things between at the bottom. And my other question was, what about the influence of an external power which has a clear idea where they want to go, like China, not necessarily trying to take things over, but having a strong influence on the infrastructure and so forth, and therefore, in some sense, transforming the economic landscape. So how would you see China, for example, as fitting in as opposed to the old colonial influences?
Okay, let me respond to this, particularly for the Chinese presence in Africa. In fact, the Chinese do have a strong influence in Africa. I think recently, if I don't know whether if you heard any news about Uganda. I think the Uganda in their education system they try to adopt Chinese as a part of their educational language. So that is true. The Chinese are become an emerging entities, especially in terms of African context. That's what in my discussion. That's why I am saying that development aspect or development in the forms of policy has been failed because we are still not understanding such kind of sphere of influence. So what we are, I think, need is understanding such kind of influence, then come up with an alternative idea which can liberate Africa. Which can liberate Africa in this context. This is what I understand regarding the Chinese. About emergent, you are correct. I don't know if I made a mistake or not, but you are really right. So I accept that as it is.
Okay, last two questions. I think Andreas and then Sam.
I think it's a very interesting approach. And the entrance was in a way that I felt almost appalled. Because the point you made was it's an ideological problem. The West is imposing their influence on us and we must get rid of that. This implies that Western researchers have an interest in colonizing Africa. Well, there is a political and an economic business interest in exploiting Africa. It's Chinese, it's Russian, it's Western, it's German, it's US. So, and it's always my problem with critical realist papers and talks. They always start with this ideological notion. And I would strongly recommend to just get rid of that and just make the point we have a misunderstanding of Africa. The traditional views of economists and other social scientists don't work, so let's propose a new one. Then I'm fully with you. Here you leave me, and it took me a while to get back because I thought, oh, it's more interesting than I thought. So you fight an uphill battle where you just don't need to. So leave away all this ideological stuff, leave away the business interests. They are there. That's political economy. That can be explained can be very well explained by Virginia School and others. Just think about the methodological problems you have identified. And then I think your talk is really interesting.
So it's, I think, a kind of comment.
Yes.
Okay.
May I follow up on that, or can we go to Sam and then can we save your comment for afterwards?
Yeah, no.
Okay, thanks, Sam.
I really like I like Pascal a lot, so I'm sort of on your side, as it were. But I suppose I'm still not quite clear whether you're simply advocating this as a means for a more sort of materialist philosophical grounding for our work, which that's good, that seems fine. But the connection then with the African development questions is still not clear to me, which is perhaps the same point that was just being made, as to, we have a vast variety of African developmental questions to address. We presumably need quite a lot of different methodologies to address them. So we need a materialist grounding, I think, in terms of how we understand the world, but there seem to be several other stages that are necessary as well. That's my comment. What you say?
Here, I'm not saying that critical realism is a means, but it can be an alternative framework to see the Africa development or underdevelopment. That's what I tried to discuss in this point. So, for me, the critical realist perspective, especially the ontological aspect, give us a room for understanding about reality that are really unobservable in our day-to-day interaction. For example, if you see the Bantu philosophy, for example, or others, African philosophy, there are multiple casualities that cause events. For example, they call, for example, there are two causes, the physical cause and the spiritual cause. So when it comes to the dogmatic or the strict positivist paradigm, it cannot try to accommodate such kind of multitude causality. So that's what I try to discuss in this paper. By the way, this is a draft paper. It's not yet finished, but I tried to elaborate some issues what are important, but most of the time I'm expecting a comment from like you. That's the mechanism I'm trying to implement. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiseha. I see there's some disappointed people, so I think you'll have some questions at the end of the session.
Okay.
So, but if we can have Jerome next, please.
I want to talk about a research project, and I wanted to talk after Fiseha, because I thought maybe some of this speaks to what he has brought up. It's a project we started a couple of years ago with some colleagues in Zimbabwe and Nigeria. I'll tell you about it, but I want to start with the discussions that took place about 20 years ago, starting in Europe and then spreading to the world about changing the economics curriculum, because I think that's what we also here for. The title of the symposium was Doing a Better Economics, and as you will recall, there was a call that was published in Le Monde, one of the major newspapers in Paris, in France, but it was the call was in universities in Paris and then all over France, calling for a better economics. No, outside of abstract models, more empirical, getting back history of economic thought and economic history that were progressively abandoned. And this was enthusiastically espoused by many other students, first in Cambridge, in Kansas, but this was really an international congregation, and in Harvard in 2003, and it gave way to a couple of movements. One was that sprang directly out of the Paris movement was the post-statistics economics movement, which later created a review. So they faced some criticism for the name, because it took up autistic, saying this was, what's the term, the ableist or something against people with a disability. So they changed the name to Real World Economics Review eventually. But really what it was about was that economics is autistic. It doesn't really listen to the real world. So that's really what we've been discussing much here in the last 2 days. And other movements like Rethinking Economics came, and Plurale Ökonomie in Germany, and that big think tank INET, YSI. I wanted to say something about that because actually much of this talk about ontology and epistemology is quite difficult for me to get around. So a couple of years ago, Melissa and I were involved in the creation of some working groups with INET YSI, and we were discussing whether history of economic thought and philosophy of economics should be the same working group, and I was saying yes because we're all doing the same thing, and Melissa was like maybe not, and I think I agree with Melissa now. It's not quite the same thing. But in South Africa, more recently, there was also calls for curriculum reform in economics, and they were strongly associated with the fees must fall and roads must fall movement. And out of it sprang notably something that's been held every September, the Rethinking Economics for Africa. They hold a festival where they're inviting critical economists. But really, the movement is more associated with something we've been discussing during the lunch break, the idea of decolonizing the curriculum. And I want to say that these things are related, and my project is kind of showing this and bringing these two strands together. So I want to say a few words about that, because what the European colonization of the world was really for the past 5 centuries or so was, of course, control of territory, but it was also control of minds. And Steve Biko is famous for having developed that theme, how apartheid was a colonization of the minds of black people also, and white people, who died at the hands of the apartheid police. But really apartheid, when white people come to South Africa nowadays, or even 10 or 20 years ago, they're often shocked by this situation where this a group of white people, like here, mostly white people, and then all the the staff that serve them at restaurants and clean up are all black people, and they seem to think that's very exceptional, but really apartheid was obviously a part of world history that was a culmination of the European colonization of Africa. So we're all part of this history in Europe as well. It's not something specifically South African. And of course, one central aspect was the dehumanization of the non-white races. And I want to bring up here a quote of David Hume, one of the major Enlightenment philosophers. This is a footnote he put on an essay of national characters, one of his earlier essays. The footnote was added later, and he says here, I'm going to read it in part, I'm apt to suspect the Negroes and in general all the other species of men, for there are 4 or 5 different kinds, to be naturally inferior to the whites. There never was a civilized nation of any other complexion than white, nor even any individual eminent either in action or speculation, no ingenious manufactures amongst them, no arts, no science. And he says then, well, even the brutes among the whites have some eminent quality. And he said such a uniform and constant difference could not happen in so many countries and ages if nature had not made an original distinction between these breeds of men. And he's then even mentioning some blacks that seem to have been educated, but they're actually more like parrots, just speaking other people's words. And this is really, symptomatic of a whole philosophical movement, because Enlightenment, of course, was all about justice and progress and equality, but it was happening at the same time as slavery and other forms of domination. And there was also in the Enlightenment the brains of what later became scientific racism. Linnaeus, when he classified men as one of the primates, he also distinguished between 4 varieties of humans, the European, the African, the Asian, and the American, the white, black, red, and yellow, which then became the racial categories of the 19th and 20th century. And he ascribed some specific personal traits to them. The blacks are lazy, and the whites are ingenious, and the yellows are wicked, etc. So it's really, during that 18th century period already that these seeds were sown. And I'm going to return to that quote by Hume a bit later. But one of the manifestations of this kind of worldview is something in the history of thought. One of the major treatises of the history of economic thought is the one by Joseph Schumpeter. Major 1,300 words book that's referred to by historians of economics to this day. And he assumed that there was actually nothing worthy in economic thinking that had been developed between ancient Greece and Thomas Aquinas And I'm not going to speak about this a lot, but it's just one of these things where he's totally neglecting the contribution of notably Islamic learned scholars of the Middle Ages, which was obviously then the principal center of learning in the world. Counter this, an interesting observation by a German, Swiss, actually social scientist, I should say, or philosopher, Karl Jaspers, on the origins of history, where he developed this idea of the axial period, basically a period between the 8th and 2nd centuries before Christ. And he was just observing that during that period, there was a lot of thinkers in different regions of the world, notably China, India, and Europe, that developed very similar ideas. And all these thinkers that I put here, so Guanzong in China, same century as Hesiod in Greece, Mencius and Hongsu in China, again, 4th century, 3rd century before Christ, same period with Xenophon, Plato, and Aristotle, who gave us the first, or so it is claimed, economic ideas, and Kautilya in India. All of them developed ideas about division of labor, markets, market prices, value in exchange, value in use, things that are still part of the economics canon to this day, or at least were so in classical economics. Yes. Okay, I'm not going to be as fast as I promised, but I'll try to wrap up in the next 5 minutes. This was all introduction, of course, but there is then the Islamic Golden Age that I mentioned, so which kind of disproves Schumpeter's great gap. Maybe not Ibn Khaldun, who was one of the major economic thinkers of the Islamic period, and he developed many themes quite as elaborately as Adam Smith, and quite similar, again, division of labor, extent of the market, exchange, etc. But there's other earlier ones like Al-Ghazali and Al-Tunsi. So what about Africa then? And I'm returning here to Hume because Hume actually revised his footnote and put out all the other 5 different kinds, or 4 different kinds. These were actually the ones theorized by Linnaeus and Blumenbach and others. And he made it more specifically about Negroes, that they are inferior to whites, and there was never a Negro civilization. Now, Adam Smith, Hume's close friend, had a very different explanation for there not being a coincidence of Africa being underdeveloped. He thought it is because there's no large rivers in Africa and no inland seas. So civilization depends on division of labor, which depends on the extent of the market, which is largely determined by navigable rivers, because water carriage is so much cheaper than land carriage, and therefore in those regions, not only Africa but also Central Asia and others, where there was no easy navigation, development did not take off. But the thing is, he's saying all the inland parts of Africa seem in all ages of the world to have been in the same barbarous and uncivilized state in which they find them at present. Now, his explanation was more sympathetic and very different from Hume's, not racial determinism, but geographic determinism. But both were wrong, because in the inland parts of Africa, during the Middle Ages, we had the Mali Empire, which for several centuries was one of the wealthiest regions in the world. Now, this is actually compatible in part still with Adam Smith's explanation, because they were so wealthy, because they were controlling the trans-Saharan trade routes. But one of the major towns of the Malian Empire, Timbuktu, you've all seen these pictures probably. This is still there. I mean, this is recent, but that's obviously dating to the 13th century. Was one of the principal centers of learning in the Islamic world, and therefore in the whole world, during the Middle Ages. Now, when we're thinking about African history of thought, we often when I tell people that's, I'm interested in that, I have a project, people tell me, well, there's no written sources. In fact, it's estimated that there are about 700,000 old manuscripts dating back to the 12th to 16th century in Timbuktu alone. Most of them are in private collections. That's what they look like. They're all written in Arabic script, but not all of them are in Arabic. Some are in African languages. And actually, you might recall a couple of years ago, Al-Qaeda was there and bombing libraries. Actually, a lot of private scholars kept these books and hid them. Sometimes were burying them in the desert. But fortunately, lots of them have also been digitized now by several universities. And then there's, of course, so there is written record, and then there's also the question of orality. In African philosophy, there's a debate whether oral sources should be actually counted as philosophy or not. For me, there's more a question as a historian of thought, whether we can, through oral sources, get at ideas that were formulated in the past, because ideas, when they transmitted orally, have a tendency to change a lot, especially over centuries. So how good a picture does that give us of ancient thought? That's clearly a debate. But to get back to the actual project, so it is a project, as becomes clear here, partly of archaeology also, because it is unearthing some kind of ideas. These 700,000 manuscripts have mostly not been utilized by researchers yet. And it's a matter of, speaking the language, being able to read the script. It's a lot of translation and interpretation. We've held two streams of two conferences that I held with these colleagues in Zimbabwe in 2018, and then in Ibadan in Nigeria in 2019. Then COVID happened, and we wanted to do a conference in 2020 and 21, but that didn't materialize. So let's see if we manage this year. And I just want to give you a bit of an overview of the different papers that were given at the Zimbabwe conference, to let you see what the history of African economic thought actually could look like. So here, African socialism, this is obviously 20th century thought, but it's still African economic thought. So looking at a Nigerian statesman here, and also in South Africa, someone was working on Achebe, and someone else on a Zambian economist. Further on Senghor and Kwame Nkrumah. This is obviously things that are written about a lot, also in development thinking, but also more ancient thought. And some colleagues of Fiseha actually from Addis Ababa came and spoke about some 19th century and even 16th and 17th century Ethiopian economists and scholars who formulated economic ideas. So, and then of course Ibn Khaldun that I mentioned, that is obviously one of the major economic thinkers of all times, but he also happened to be an African. And here, there's others that exploited also oral sources. I think it's not here, but one of was on Shona sayings and idioms, and the other one on Igbo idioms, and someone also explored Ubuntu as a concept, which you might encounter in South Africa, meaning humanity. So I just wanted to present this here because it's an ongoing program, and to come back to the question of decolonizing the curriculum, we have to ask what's the cost of that dehumanization of non-white people that has happened over the centuries. And one of the costs is, of course, that we have no ideas what happened in the rest of the world, intellectually speaking. The history of African economic thought or African thought is virtually unknown. Chinese and Indian thought is more known, but also mostly actually studied by people there. And I think there's a great well of ideas that we still have to tap into, and that's what we'll try to do with some seminar series at WITS notably. We call this the history of African economic thought from Taotep to Achille Mbembe, and I didn't know I was going to be in the same university as Achille Mbembe a few years down the line, but he actually he also expressed some interest in this understanding piece. So thank you.
Thanks, Jerome. Can I ask, since you used your questions time, we could maybe have questions afterwards? Is that okay with you?
Sure. I mean, I think we actually good with time because so the session was meant to go until 4, and we only started 45 minutes late. So we actually still have 20 minutes of the original time of the session. So I'm happy to give you questions, but then,
Okay.
I mean, I think if we knock off at 1:30, it's okay, because then you'll have 1 hour until you then are escorted to your dinner. But I'll let Michael decide.
Okay, should we take one question? Be compromised. We'll take one question.
Now, I went out for 2 minutes, so you may have already said this, but John Stuart Mill participated strongly in this debate, and I think it was on a thing called the Negro Question in 1850 or so, where he argued that it's a vulgar, well, I'll read it to you, the vulgar error of imputing every difference which he finds amongst human beings to an original difference of nature. And he says, no, this is not true, because everyone is influenced by their environment, by everything else. And so this notion that we can categorize people simply by their race or something is simply wrong. And that seems to be a little bit in contrast with the quotes you had from the post-Enlightenment people. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Probably right. I don't know about what Nils said, but I mean, this was an ongoing debate from, you know, the 15th century to the 20th century of, you know, human differences. Are people different in kind or not? You know, Voltaire thought we have different species of different. There was this whole debate of polygenesis, or we're all the same people, or actually the different races were created differently. And some of these are racist by today's standards, others are not necessarily. Like Linnaeus, I said, you know, he had formulated these races and ascribed some behavioral traits to them, and still he was a universalist thinker who thought that everyone should be treated the same. And you know, Hume and Kant and Voltaire were staunch critics of slavery, but they still were very racist in their ideas about black people. So you know, that's a very complex question, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Please can we carry on and just complete this session, just in case people need to rush off. And please, I think we've had a lot of food for thought, and it would be really nice to continue this in a lot more detail, possibly over a meal and a good glass of wine or something. But thank you very much. Our final speaker was supposed to be Pascal, and he sent a beautiful email to Michael. Dear Michael, I too am sad about not being there. I was looking forward to it for many reasons, including old connections with Joburg academia and a deepening interest in Carl Mittermeier's thinking. Indeed, as I went on reading him, there was a growing wish to talk with him and ask questions, raise issues, and suggest ways ahead. Your symposium will be a substitute for this, enabling talking about him with others. As I think I mentioned to Chad, I have learned that I have met Carl Mittermeier at least once in Cambridge in 1994. And I think that's such a beautiful message from someone who desperately wants to be here with us today, but couldn't for unforeseen circumstances.
Who's coming back here?
Yes. So thank you very much. And I think this brings us to the end of a very special 2 days. And I'd just like to extend everyone else's thanks as well to Michael and to Mrs. Mittermeier for having us together. I think you bring it all together, a lot of food for thought, possibly slightly for the bellies than when you started with because of the beautiful location. So thank you very much. We've really appreciated learning more about Carl Mittermeier's ideas, but also about him as a person and a teacher. So thank you.
Oh wow, it's a good thing we're going to the cradle of humankind tomorrow. We're dispelling all those notions of human. Thanks for the work of Wits University researchers in that anthropology department. And all those people of the past at Wits. Well, a few housekeeping points. Dinner, okay, I've sent, well, all the guests who are at Domi House, you will be picked up at 6:30. No, Amos, wrong.
We said it.
Was it Pascal? Wrong. 5:30.
5:30.
Didn't you tell me 5:30?
talking about dinner or
We're talking about dinner.
Yes, I know. What time?
Okay, we want to be there. We want to be there at 6 o'clock.
Where?
At the dinner place.
Yeah.
It is 5 minutes or 10 minutes from here. It's called the Kösner. The Waterford at the Kösner. It's a university, part of the university hospitality school. Everybody, okay, so those who are not staying at the Dormy house, I've sent you a WhatsApp location pin, so that will get you there. Be there 6 o'clock latest, if you can.
So we are at 5:30.
Is there parking there?
There's park. I've never been there. There's parking there.
Is there any place?
There is parking.
There's parking there.
Okay, well, it'll still be lunch when we get there.
That's what we wanted. Apparently we're going to see it during daylight, so we want to see it during daylight for a moment, and then it gets dark. Tomorrow, Cradle of Humankind. So the tour starts at 9 o'clock, which means you will be picked up at the Dormy house at 7:30. I've got good news to go with that. If you miss breakfast because you couldn't get yourself out of bed early enough, no sweat. There will be food on the bus, so you can catch up. I don't know about the coffee, but maybe there won't be coffee.
Fruit juice, water, and bread rolls.
There you go. Okay. It will then also cater for lunch.
Well, it's meant to be for lunch, but if they oversleep, there's enough for breakfast as well.
Okay. 2 for the price of 1. How's that? That's economical. Well, we're going to be back early enough, and the tour starts, our tour starts at 9 o'clock. If we are later, we're going to be too late for the return trip, because we want to be here on time, so that the transport for 3 of our speakers can take you to the airport. There are questions surrounding that. I haven't got the schedule and the trips and arrangement in front of my eyes, but hopefully tomorrow on the way or at the Cradle of Humankind, I can give you all the details. Not tomorrow, ideally today at dinner time. Uskali sent indeed a very nice note there. It's a treasure trove. The people who are here, it's an absolute treasure trove. It's just phenomenal. I'm just stunned. And it's a pity that it's only happening now. Karl was very, in the 1980s at WITS, it was a very active place. There were many people we could engage with, economists. We had friends there, daily discussions. Karl was called Mitternächter, because he liked to, he stayed up very late. Mitternächter means midnighter. But there were, not at that time, but throughout the day there were people that you would engage with and talk to, and everybody had a great admiration for him. A long list of people that were really friends with him. Kiki Proselinis, of course, right at the beginning. Joseph Lavia, Michael Cohen, Dan Leach, Fuad Kassim, Jochen Rundi, Ludwig Lachmann, Chris Thor, Peter Lewin, Mario Sherry, and many others. Things changed radically in the 1990s, as it happens in economics departments throughout the world. And so there was, all of these people I mentioned, apart from Kiki and myself, left the university or left the university environment. And so the 1990s were a period of isolation. I wish he could have met with each one of you. I really wish. That's the treasure trove. I think you would have found so many stimulating discussions. And I think, this was before the internet, the real onset of internet and communication and everything digital. So well, it wasn't to be, but at least we can provide some of Carl's work to the rest of the world as this symposium. I got to know Schmoller's Jahrbuch. We talked about Schmoller. And Schmoller had the Schmoller's yearbook. It changed names a number of times. And it's been, it's been resuscitated over the past sort of 6 years to be more what it was right at the beginning. And it's been resuscitated along those lines by Nils Goldschmidt, who's one of the co-editors of the journal. And it's no longer called Schmoller's Jahrbuch, and it doesn't just come once a year, it comes more often a year. Here's the announcement. We're going to have a special issue in the Journal of Contextual Economics. And so I really hope that you're all willing to provide, Fish talked about drafts, he's only just had a draft. I think we're all in that position, we all just have drafts of various completion. And so I hope you will be willing to make your contribution available so that we can include it in Schmoller's Jahrbuch. Thank you very much for that, Nils. And then I want Kiki quickly to come to the front.
You don't know everything. Isabella, they talk about Africa and Ubuntu. Ubuntu, you know what that means. Yeah. Well, I think you, the best representative of Ubuntu. I want to introduce myself just as a friend of late Carl and Isabella. Isabella knew my husband, I knew Carl, but neither of us knew each other. And my husband said, we've got to reciprocate Isabella's hospitality, so shall we invite them to lunch? That was in the early 70s, and as I opened the door, I didn't know Isabella, but I knew Carl. And I said, Carl, what are you doing here? And that's how our friendship became never ending with my late husband, Lambro, late Carl, Isabella, and myself. And I hope you'll all be blessed with such beautiful friendships. That has been a very, very big blessing in my life. And I was honored to be here with you all today. I was taken back to my student days when we had apartheid and we couldn't have these marvelous speakers. And today, many of you fulfilled a wish I had in the 1960s to hear people of your caliber lecturing me. But I was more fortunate, I think, than most, because I had Professor Lachman in person. From being wanting to do law, I became an economist because of Professor Lachman. And knowing Carl in person. And Carl wasn't only this academic you were talking about. Carl was a different man. Carl was a man who played tennis on Friday afternoons. Carl was a man that told me when I fell pregnant, Kiki, have you worked out how much it's going to cost you to have a baby? That is the most beloved Carl. And I think before we go further, in Greek tradition, in Greek religious tradition, I would like us all just to have a minute's silence for Carl. Thank you. Isabella, now the party begins. I think the party begins. Would you like to come forward? No, I'm not speaking.
You have to come.
No, I never say anything.
I'm not called. Come.
No,
No, you're not going to say nothing, I promise you.
What am I going to do?
You've done so much for Colin, you're shy to come up. Come. We owe all this to you.
No, you don't.
And we want to say
if there
thank
wasn't
you.
the goods, I couldn't do it.
Well, if you don't come to the mountain, then I'll come to the mountain. Isabella, this is from all of us here.
Oh, that's very
To
kind.
say a
Thank
wonderful
you very much indeed.
and deep-hearted thank you for
Thank
who you are and what you're doing for your
beautiful.
husband, Carl.
Thank you very much indeed.
Enjoy, Isabella.
Thank you.